雲の上に眺める画面に映った二人笑ってた。知りたくないほど知りすぎてくこと、ただすぎる日々に飲み込まれた。それでもただもう一度だけ会いたくて、あなたの言葉にうなずき信じた私は一人置き去りで恋は過ぎる。見えていたはずの未来も指の隙間はすり抜けた。求めない日々のかけらとあなたの気配を今でも探してしまうよ。まだあの日の二人手を伸ばしてる。
Chapter 1, Being a Hero Isn't a Choice. The pain felt in my hand was immense, like a hot iron pressed up against my skin. Whatever it was burrowed through my skin and into the veins in my hand. I grunted in pain holding it, trying to hold it, but a roar of pain came out loud. Arg. And then suddenly, I realized I was somewhere else. The floor was pristine marble reflecting my face, my skin was pale, my hair brown, and I was wearing the biggest pair of circular glasses I have ever seen in my life. Mr. Parker, you okay? Someone called out. I looked down, the face looking back mirrored my looks. Was that me? I asked myself unbelievingly. My hand stung, and looked down and saw it sewing to twice its size with two bright red bite marks near my knuckles. Mr. Parker? Mr. Parker, someone shook me. I blinked as I looked up and found a crowd of students looking at me. They were all looking at me like a caged exotic animal, and right before me was a woman that looked to be around 50 with black hair graying at the sides. A name popped into my head, Ms. Sonata, that was her name. She was a biology teacher, my biology teacher. I blinked, that's not right. I've never met her before in my life. Mr. Parker. Mrs. Sonata called out once more, are you okay? I blinked, yeah, I am, I responded on reflex. Suddenly a sharp pain ran through my hand and I flinched, my hand was hurting, badly. That looks bad, we should get that checked out, she whispered, turning to the rest of the class and announced, right class, we're cutting the class short. Everyone get your buddy and walk out to the parking lot. Alright? Guess puny Parker was good for something after all, a tall blonde teenager yelled out to his friends. I looked around, I was in a lab of some kind, people in lab coats were walking around, monitors showed the DNA of a human being manipulated, numbers ran through them, I didn't know how, but I understood every single one of them. Come Peter, I'll get you checked up, Mrs. Sonata whispered as she guided me out. Outside a large yellow school bus was waiting for us, we got on and she put me in the front with her. I could feel a fever coming on, sweat pouring down my brow. And slowly, darkness. I remembered seeing flashes in my head. Getting off the bus and into a hospital gurney. A doctor looking me over before informing that I was suffering from an allergic reaction. He informed me to have a week's bed rest and somehow I managed to grunt in understanding. I remember someone picking me up, his face was aged, his hair white and cut short. But the moment I saw him I knew he loved me and cared for me. He drove to outside the city to a suburban area where he took me into a humble-looking house that filled me with warmth. I was put on a bed that was made, the moment my head hit the pillow my eyes shut for good and I began to sleep. Memories upon memories came into my head. I could recall so many events in my head that weren't a part of my life. Names, people, mathematical formulas so advanced I knew I shouldn't be able to even think up of them, but somehow I did. There was a school, a kid being bullied. A house and two relatives taking care of him with nothing but love and kindness. A kid growing up to be a genius without equal, but shunning his own genius out of fear for being unaccepted. And then finally I was hit with a name. Peter Benjamin Parker. And with a gasp I woke up. I jumped in shock and found myself ascending towards the ceiling. Acting on instinct, my body swerved, arms and feet smacking against the ceiling. There was a jerking motion. Instead of falling back down, I was stuck there, looking at the world upside down. I was panting, I could feel my body cool down. I looked at my arms and feet stuck on the ceiling of my room. I pulled one hand back, pieces of the roof came peeling off, still stuck to my fingertips. I was horrified, I wanted to let go, and suddenly I was falling down. My body twisted again and I stuck the landing on the mattress. I looked down at my hands, I could feel something there. I focused on the swirls on my fingertips, and there between the lines were small razor-sharp protrusions that were curved inwards. Holy shit, I gasped and looked around. I found a book with the name, Peter B. Parker, plastered on the front. I looked at the mirror and sure enough a frail skinny teenage boy with brown hair and play skin looked back at me. I'm Spider-Man, I gasped in realization. What the fuck? A few days later. It took me a day to fully come to terms with what has happened to me. I pretend to still be sick every time, Aunt May or Uncle Ben, whoa, those names were strange to say. Anyway, I pretend to be still in need of bed rest and they left me alone. I spent a day trying to remember just what the hell had happened. I was alive and well in another body, another life. And now I was here, in the body of Peter Parker, somehow with all his memories and his genius mind. It was almost like I was Doc Ock and I took over Peter's mind in an effort to become the superior Spider-Man or something. Though last I checked I wasn't a fucking supervillain. I checked my memories, or rather Peter's. The spider bite had just happened, that was the pain I felt when I arrived into his body. I tried to figure out what kind of world I was living in. You know, classical Spider-Man, Ultimate Spider-Man, maybe one of the movieverse Spider-Man? But so far I had nothing. I did however find out that in this world Tony Stark had outed himself publicly as Iron Man, so there was a big chance I was currently living in some version of the Marvel movie universe. Peter also didn't have many friends, even Harry Osborn was more of a study partner than an actual friend. No Gwen Stacy, no Mary Jane, no one. He was Frankie, a very lonely kid. I learned that in this world Peter was smart, extremely smart. Scary smart. Like if he was pushed far enough he could become the next Doctor Doom, given enough time of course. He hid most of his intelligence because he was afraid of being an outcast, more than he already was, that is. The feeling of have so much more processing power was startling to say the least. My brain was functioning at a pace I'm not used to, but at the same time I had no problem keeping up. It was after all my brain. I did wonder how the hell this happened. How did I end up in this body? If the Marvel universe was real, and my world was one where they just existed as comic book character, did that mean all those celestial beings were real? Did one of them do this to me? Put me in Peter's body just to see what would happen? A test? I sighed as I opened the window to my room and stepped outside, sitting on the windowsill as I watched the sun rise on my second day in bed rest. I took a deep breath and looked around at the beauty around me. I was right now at an impasse. Should Spider-Man live? That was the question. Being Spider-Man was something Peter did out of guilt for getting his uncle killed. But with me, I don't really think that's going to happen. I wasn't going to let the old man die, it would be too much of a chip on my shoulder. So that option was out of the question. I also didn't particularly like the fact that being a hero basically ruined Peter's life in so many aspects. Romantically, socially, heck, even his superhero lifestyle was stressed with JJ always harassing him with the bugle and the people calling him a menace. Plus, to be fair, I wasn't a fucking hero. Why the hell should I risk my life for others? I was a genius, maybe I should just invent gizmos to help people. I could be the next Reed Richards and save more lives as Peter Parker the inventor than I ever could as Spider-Man. With my mind made up, I go out of Peter's room, I suppose it's my room now, since I was Peter Parker. Just who the hell did this to me? I went downstairs and found Aunt May cooking breakfast and Uncle Ben already awake and getting ready for work. I blinked. Good morning. Aunt May looked up and smiled. Ah. Peter. So good to see you awake and moving about. How do you feel, dear? Better, I shrugged as I sat down at the dining table. May placed a stack of pancakes before me. I eagerly grabbed one when I found it looking a bit dry. Ah, I don't mean to complain, but this pancake is dead. That's because it's a rye pancake, May exclaimed with a grin. I found recipe on the internet. It's supposed to help with any unhealthy foreign substance in your body. So eat up. I grumbled. Didn't anyone ever tell you not everything you read on the internet is true? Ben chuckled. He has you there, May. Oh, hush, you two. Eat up, Peter. I want you at full strength today. I shrugged as I dug into my pancake. So what's so special about today? Well, you see, Anna Watson's niece is coming over today. The poor dear had to move due to family trouble. She's going to be staying with Anna, and we were wondering if you would talk to her, helped her settle in. My mouth froze as it opened to swallow the disgusting pancakes. I turned to May with wide open eyes. You're kidding. Peter, she's a perfectly fine girl, just a little shy. But if you're not feeling up for it, then dash. No. I yelled quickly, surprising them both. I quickly added, I mean, I would love to. I feel great. Better than great, in fact. When is she coming? Around noon, I think, May replied, unused to my enthusiasm. Are you sure, Peter? I don't want you to stress yourself. No stress, Aunt May, it would be my pleasure. I bit into the pancake and immediately stopped chewing. This tastes like cardboard. Ben laughed heartily as May glared at me, though I really didn't mind. Uncle Ben left for work soon after breakfast, so I decided to take a shower and get ready. I put on Peter's best clothes, which was a t-shirt under an open-buttoned plaid shirt and jeans. It wasn't fancy, but it was sadly the least nerdy thing Peter had. I was so going to have to change his entire wardrobe. I also discovered I didn't need glasses, no surprise there. At least now I wouldn't look like a total nerd. I was ready by 10, and honestly I was excited as hell. This was Mary Jane Watson, for God's sake. The girl of Peter's dreams. The woman who he'll one day marry. Sure, there was that whole bullshit Redkin thing, but fuck that. I honestly didn't know why I was so excited. Maybe it was because I was going to meet a pretty girl, maybe it was because I wanted to see Mary Jane in real life. I honestly didn't know what I should expect. I wasn't going to be Spider-Man. Would she still like me? Did I even want her to like me? What am I saying? Of course I did. But the fact remains, it was 10, I still had 2 hours to kill. So with nothing else to do, I sat down before the couch and turned on the TV, surfing channeled until I reached the news. The anchor spoke. Billionaire Tony Stark, also known as the superhero Iron Man, was seen in Flushing Meadows in Queens today working on what many assumes to be a new expo. Not much in know about this expo. On-scene reporters and bystanders have however snapped several photos and posted it online. These include pictures of Mr. Stark in his signature Iron Man suit, helping construct various attractions. Though we don't know what this expo will bring, many assume it will announcing the launch of his suits for public commercialization. My eyes went wide. The Stark Expo, the beginning of Iron Man 2, guess I was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I kept listening to the anchor as she went on and on about Stark's tech and how the government was growing worried about them. I knew there was nothing to worry about. Tony was an okay enough guy, but I did understand why they were scared. They didn't realize aliens were real and they would need a hero like him helping them out. This also meant something for me. I was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and I wasn't a kid. If Sony didn't hoard the rights to Spider-Man, then Spidey would have been introduced to the MCU much sooner. I guess I now live in a world like that. I whiled away 2 hours like that, learning more about this world I now found myself in, and soon the clock struck 12. May arrived just in time, dressed in her Sunday best and nodded at me. "I'm glad you decided to dress up, Peter, I just know you'll make such a nice impression." I blushed at the comment and followed her out. We crossed the road and knocked on the door of the house directly across from us. A few moments later, Anna Watson, a kind older lady with gray hair and a warm smile, welcomed us. "Ah, Peter. So nice to see you. I heard about your little accident. Are you sure you're all right to be up and about?" I smirked. "I'll be fine. I was just a spider bite." "Oh, that's my Peter," May smiled. When I told him about Mary Jane, he was so excited. Practically jumped at the chance. A blush grew across my face as I glared at May. "Aunt May. Stop." In response, the old lady just giggled. "Crazy old woman." "Well, come on in then." Anna invited us in, showing us her home. It was homely, pretty pictures hanging up, a TV, and fully furnished with antique-looking furniture. Just then a girl with wet hair came rushing down the stairs, 2 at a time, wearing green shorts and a purple tank top, holding a hair dryer. "Aunt Anna, the damn thing's broken again dash." She stopped as she realized she wasn't alone. I looked at her, and her eyes landed on me, widening in alarm. They were so green, her wet red hair clung to her scalp, making her look that much more desirable. I couldn't help it. It was the perfect timing. I whistled and smiled. "Damn, looks like I just hit the jackpot." Her face turned red as she blushed. May and Anna looked surprised. Guess they never thought Peter had it in him. I chuckled at the silence. "So, you're Mary Jane?" The girl nodded. "Why, yeah. Hi." I nodded and looked down at the hairdryer. "Not working?" Yeah, it just kind of stopped." She nodded slowly. I held out my hand and she passed it over. I took a look at it and, using Peter's remarkable knowledge of mechanics, realized the problem. "The motor's fried. I can probably fix it for you, Ms. Watson. Shouldn't be too hard." "That would be lovely, thank you, Peter." Anna nodded before turning to MJ. "Mary Jane, maybe it's time for you to put on something more decent." "Ah, right." The redhead nodded quickly before turning around and walking upstairs. She looked back at me one last time, and I met her gaze. She was looking for something. I knew it. I just smiled back. When she finally closed her room door, I turned to Anna and May. "I'll go to the hardware store and get the parts to fix it, Ms. Watson. I'll be back soon." "Why don't you wait for Mary Jane to get ready, Peter? Maybe you two could go together," May oh so subtly suggested. I shrugged. "Sure. No problem." "Oh, look at you, acting so innocent," Anna giggled. "Didn't I tell you they would hit it off, May?" I tuned the two old women out as they proceed to gossip about me and MJ. It took a while, but soon the redhead returned. This time she wore a pair of jeans, a hoodie, and sneakers. I looked her over and smiled. I liked the other outfit better. "Peter." May gasped scandalously. "That is no way to treat a lady. I taught you better than that." I looked into his memories. She was right, she did. I turned to MJ and bowed. "I am so sorry, my lady, my actions have been so uncouth. I beg thee for 1,000 pardons for my rash behavior." Mary Jane chuckled. "Your Shakespeare needs a little work there, tiger." "Shakespeare?" I was doing my best fancy pants impression. "That's Shakespeare." "Ah, so the voice has a name." She laughed. "Yay, she likes me." Anna gave us some cash and quickly sent us out. She told us to buy lunch outside after getting the dryer fixed, and just like that MJ and I were talking side by side. "So what do I call you?" I asked her as soon as we stepped out. "Mary Jane, seems like a mouthful." I shrugged. "Do you have a nickname?" Which I knew she did, but I needed to make small talk. Mary Jane shrugged. "Most people call me MJ." Cool, but not creative. "How about Red?" "Red? Really? And you complied. MJ wasn't creative enough. I shrugged. I'm sure we'll figure something out. I'm Peter, by the way, Peter Parker. Oh, I know, my aunt won't stop going on and on about you. I figured she must have some sort of crush on you, she teased. Tempting, she is a MILF, totally my type, I teased back. MJ's eyes went wide. What? Kidding, I chuckled, I actually like redheads. Mary Jane blushed. So, where are you from, MJ? We talked all the way to the hardware store a few streets away. She told me how she was joining my school on Monday. I gave her a few tips but generally avoided topics like friends, since Peter didn't really have any. We had to talk a little further away to reach a restaurant to get lunch, though I didn't mind, and neither did MJ. We sat and ate. I threw about a few jokes, she laughed, she teased me, I blushed. It was a great first date. Well, maybe not a date. We came back to her home and found our aunt still chattering in the sofa. I sat down in the dining room table with the broken hairdryer and began to open it up with a screwdriver Anna had lying around. As I fixed the machine, MJ watched, whistling as my hands glided over it. You're pretty good at this, huh? I smiled. Very good. I'm sort of a nerd, in case you don't know. Believe me, I know. I looked confused. She clarified, no one can talk about Star Wars that much and not be a nerd. I blushed. She was right, I did talk about that movie quite a bit. So is this what you want to be when you grow up? MJ asked as I replaced the motor. A handyman? No, my ambitions are a little higher, I smiled. Like what? Like, well, I honestly don't know. I know I'm smart, and I can probably do a lot of good, but I don't know what. MJ smiled. Maybe you should build yourself a suit of armor and fly around saving the world. Nee, the suits are more Tony Stark's thing, I chuckled. Besides, being a hero is dangerous, and the job has a horrible payoff. Well, heroes don't be a hero to get thanks, you know, they do it because they're heroes. I sighed as I leaned back. Is it a bad thing that I'm not that selfless? MJ looked concerned. What? No, I just meant dash. I know what you meant, I get it. It's just, why do they have to be heroes? Can't they just be normal? MJ looked at me, hoping I wasn't angry at her, and seeing as I wasn't actually and just curious, she thought, well, maybe because if they don't, who will? The dash I stopped. I knew how ridiculous that sounded. The police? Yeah, right, they could barely handle street crimes, let alone fucking aliens from outer space and metas. Heroes needed to be born, but maybe not Spider-Man. I sighed. Yeah, you're right. I did manage to fix the damn blow dryer, much to Anna's gratitude. MJ and I spoke a lot, mostly about school and her life before moving here. We also talked about superheroes, though she quickly learned it was a touchy subject for me, though she didn't know why. We exchanged numbers to keep in touch and I left her with a promise to see her again the next day. And judging by her smile, she seemed to like that. That night though, I found myself in the basement in the small lab Peter had set up for himself. It was filled with chemicals and other gadgets he had toyed around with. I sat down and opened the junk drawer, pulling out 2 broken watches with metallic straps. I looked them over and sighed. I got to work. The formula for what I wanted to make was difficult to make. It took all my brain power to even think of creating the chemical chain needed to produce webs. The chemical would react when exposed to air and solidify into a sticky, elastic and nearly unbreakable structure. The problem was creating them as I would be working from scratch. It wasn't finished in one night, though I did make progress. The next day I spent with MJ. I helped her catch up on some homework and taught her some basic chemistry. We did get distracted a lot, talking about books and TV shows, but that gave me a reason to come again tomorrow to complete our lessons. The nights I spent in my basement lab, working on the web formula. It was a pain in the ass, to be honest. I nearly caused a small explosion when I accidentally mixed the wrong chemicals. Luckily I managed to catch it before there was a chain reaction, or else Peter go bye-bye. I was on doctor's orders to stay home all week, so I took total advantage of that. Every day I switched between MJ and the web formula, making progress with both. MJ and I even began to chat during the night, though she always complained that I kept her up. On Friday night though, I cracked the code. I could synthesize the formula, and when I tested it out, I found it to be perfect. The webs created lasted for 20 minutes or so, and they weren't very strong, which was to be expected since this was my first try. They could carry 300 pounds of weight, but any more and they would snap. And now my next problem, creating a press-series cell. For this I had to buy a small soda machine with my allowance and modify it a little. Now instead of pushing gas into liquid, it would push the web formula into a small lithium battery-sized disc that was good for 50 yards of web. I used the 2 broken watches as the body of the web's hooters. I emptied the dial out and took out the small screw in the side. I used the screw hole as the shooter for the web line, and for the trigger I used a metal pressure pad that could be pulled out like a measuring tape. And on Saturday night they were done. 2 brand new web shooters made out of Uncle Ben's old watches. I looked down at my creations with pride and a little confusion. After all this time I honestly didn't know what I made these things. I hadn't decided to be Spider-Man, I knew I wasn't hero material. But what MJ said really struck a chord with me. So maybe I made this as a way of keeping the door half open, to keep that option half open. I grumbled, snatching the shooters and stuffing them into my back pockets. Whatever the reason, they were here now, whether I liked it or not. The next day MJ came over to hang out, and she didn't tell me, deciding instead to just stop by. I was snoring into my pillow when she threw the door wide open and zippered, "Morning sunshine." "Wha?" I yelled in surprise, jumping out of my bed ready to fight. I had a bad dream about the Green Goblin coming to kill me, singing "Itsy Bitsy Spider" as he did. It was not a nice dream. I blinked my sleepiness away as I realized MJ was staring at me. "Oh, it's you, MJ, sorry about that, nasty dream," I grumbled, rubbing my hair. She however didn't say anything. She was staring at me. "MJ. You okay?" She nodded dumbly as she leered at my body. I looked down and noticed that I wasn't wearing a shirt, it was too hot for a shirt. I blushed. Maybe you should wait outside." "No, I'm good right here." She shook her head, her eyes not leaving my ABS. She whistled, "Damn, looks like I just hit the jackpot." "Dude. Seriously? What? You saw me in my PJs?" "Hey, I didn't stare." "Oh please. You were totally checking me out." "No, well, okay, but, out MJ." I turned her around and pushed her to the door. "I don't know why you're so upset," she chuckled. I closed the door behind her. "You should be happy a girl's checking you out." "Out," I grumbled, slamming the door shut. I quickly got ready and put on a fresh shirt and jeans before going downstairs to see Aunt May and Uncle Ben hosting MJ. "So are you excited for your first day?" Ben asked MJ. "Yes, Mr. Parker, Peter's been helping me prepare, so I think I won't have any problems with the subjects," MJ smiled. "Well, that's lovely, dear, I'm glad Peter and you are getting along so well." Aunt May smiled. She noticed me coming down. Speak of the devil." I glared at MJ, peeping Tom. "Suck it up, tiger," she smirked. "Morning, Uncle Ben, Aunt May," I greeted them as I sat down eating the breakfast Aunt May prepared. I turned to MJ as I munched on some bacon. "What's up, peepers? Are you still on that?" MJ asked, rolling her eyes. "Peepers," I repeated with a glare. "Whatever. Anyway, I just came over because I have exciting news." She pulled out 2 tickets and practically shoved them into my face. "Hamlet, Apollo Theater, tonight. You in?" I took the tickets and whistled, "Damn, these are some great seats. How did you get them?" "My mom got them for me," MJ smiled, "she wants me to get used to the town and have some fun." "So, you in?" "Most definitely." I called out before I felt two glares hit me. I gulped and turned to my aunt and uncle, "You know, if that's okay with you too." Ben stopped the glare nearly instantly, "Of course it is, kiddo. Have fun." May groaned, "I don't know, Ben, it's awfully late. They'll have to come back by train, and you know the stories we hear about those late night trips." "Oh, it's alright, our Peter here will just beat anyone who even tries, won't he?" Ben asked with a grin. I smirked, "Damn straight." May protested some more, but after MJ, Ben, and I kept pleading with her, she eventually agreed. But not without making sure MJ carried some pepper spray for her own protection. After breakfast I took MJ back into my room, where I booted up Peter's old Nintendo 64 and loaded Smash Brothers. I taught MJ how to play, and needless to say she was a master at it. Something about hitting me with a giant hammer just seemed to appeal to her. We had lunch at home and then got ready to leave. Before I left though, Uncle Ben stopped me and slipped me 100, he winked, "Make it a good night, champ." I smiled, "Thanks, Uncle Ben." We took a cab to the train station and caught the first one into Manhattan. MJ kept going on and on about how the play troupes were one of the best in the city and how I was going to be amazed. And I belied her. In my old life I was an admirer of the theater, though now my interests were elsewhere. We reached the city with time to spare, so I insisted we explore the place. Peter had done so before, not in detail, so I did have some idea on where to go and what to see. We went to the Central Park and enjoyed a nice long walk. MJ liked the greenery, and I liked her smile. Honestly, I think I might be falling for this girl. It's been what? A week? Damn you, Peter Parker, I just know this is all somehow your fault. We reached the theater just in time for the play to start. MJ was excited and I shared her enthusiasm. A good Shakespearean play was something to be excited about. The play lasted for 3 hours, but it felt like it much shorter. The actors were amazing, each leagues above anything I have seen before. They were energetic, ecstatic, and hypnotic in the way they delivered their lines. But while MJ enjoyed the play, I was focused on something else. The story itself was one of revenge. Hamlet finds out his father had been killed by his uncle, and he now wishes for revenge. The premise was similar to Peter's own life. His uncle dies and he looks for the killer. But there is a major difference in their stories. Hamlet kept postponing his vengeance, and in the end that costed him. He had a duty to his people, his subjects, to remove a man who would kill his own brother for the crown. He had failed his duty and his family, resulting in the death of all he cared for. Peter on the other had taken upon that duty, that responsibility, and he grew the better for it. Was what I was doing right? Was Spider-Man really what I needed to be? This question plagued me, but I pushed it aside and focused on the drama, though the question never truly left. And then it was over. That was so freaking cool. MJ yelled out, pumping her fists. A few of the other patrons looked at her and chuckled at her enthusiasm. Yes, it was peepers, I nodded, it was something else. Did you see how they acted? God, it was like they were actually going to kill each other on stage. And Hamlet, oh, that guy, I felt like yelling, do something US. That's your mother, dot. I smiled, oh no, you've caught the bug. MJ blinked, bug. What bug? The theater bug, I replied. Symptoms include a love of the theater, love for drama, and an insurmountable desire to be under the spotlight. Hey, that's mean, MJ pouted, I just like it. Okay. I know, but I stand by what I said. Besides, I think you would be a great actress. We walked down the streets, the city still active even though it was the middle of the night. Are really? MJ asked. Of course, why, You don't think so? No, I do, but, no one ever thought I could do it. Well, I'm glad I'm the first, I smiled as he reached out and grabbed her hand in mine. She didn't hesitate, as she squeezed my hand back. I'm serious though, you would be an amazing actress. MJ smiled, thanks Peter, that means a dash. Kaboom. Time seemed to slow down. I felt something inside me vibrate as my body started to move on instinct. I pulled MJ closer and wrapped one arm around her chest, jumping to the side. A large slab of concrete flew past where we were just a moment ago. I landed to the side with MJ holding on tightly. We saw the slab of concrete embed itself into a building side, breaking apart into spices of iron and concrete. What was that? MJ cried out. I don't dash. Growling. It was an earth-shattering scream. My grip around her tightened as we turned to roar and saw Harlem burning. There were people running away in fear, fires burning, cars broken down into pieces, roads destroyed. It all happened so fast, I couldn't believe what I saw next. A monster, 20 feet tall with big bulging muscles and skin shredding along the side and bones protruding outwards. It stood naked except for a pair of torn shorts. I took one look at it, and I already knew its name. Abomination, I whispered in horror as I realized too late that MJ and I were right in the middle of the final fight between Hulk and the Abomination. This was the final fight scene, and Harlem was going to be destroyed. I looked down the road, people were screaming and running, and out of a crater formed in the middle of the street and green hand came out. No, I whispered. The hand pulled itself out of the ground revealing a green figure growing in size slowly. No, he grabbed the tattered remains of his shirt and ripped it off. No. Hulk. Abomination cheered in joy, come face me. The two titans of power charged each other, and that was when I knew we had to run. We have to move. I yelled as I held onto MJ and took off down the road. Hulk and Abomination charged each other. Each step they took was like a thunderclap, until they meet in the center and through them meet each other, causing a sonic boom from the impact that shattered glass. I was swept off my feet from the impact. I went flying into the air, but landed on my feet with MJ held safely in my arms. I looked up. Abomination had the upper hand. He threw Hulk through a fire truck. I sighed in relief. They were taking their fight elsewhere. I looked down at MJ, she looked at the fight in horror. Are you okay? Why yeah, she nodded. What is that thing? I searched Peter's memories, and yes, he did follow Bruce Banner's research and knew about becoming the Hulk. I could share this information without anyone finding out. That's the Hulk. I pointed at the green monster currently breaking a cop car in two to use as brass knuckles. I think's one of the good guys. We need to get out of here. MJ called out. Alright, I nodded. The Hulk could handle himself. She was right, we needed to be safe. I put her down and we ran away, following the crowd of people before us. But as we did, I saw a man stuck under a light post. People ignored him and ran. His legs were bleeding as he yelled for help, but no one came. I stopped. I couldn't help it. I didn't like seeing people suffering. I ran to the lamp post and grabbed it. Hey man, don't worry, I'll pull you. Crawl out, okay? Peter? MJ asked in surprise as she saw me with the man. The man panted, trying to not think of the pain. He nodded at me. I pulled with all my strength and felt the post slowly rising up. Thank you, spider strength. He shimmed out under the pole, but it was too slow. I couldn't hold the pole up for long. I wasn't used to this kind of stress. I was just about to drop the pole again on him when MJ ran to the man's back and pulled him out completely as I dropped the pole down with a pant. Thank you, the man gasped. It's okay, MJ nodded to him as she pulled him to the side away from all the fighting. I turned around. There were more people screaming, more people getting hurt from the random debris flying about from the battle between Hulk and Abomination. The monster were fighting like no tomorrow. Abomination kicked Hulk through several buildings before jumping up to follow him. I saw a military helicopter lower down from the sky and rain down bullets into the Abomination as he jumped onto the building's rooftop and run away in search of the Hulk. More people were going to get hurt, a lot more people. They were going to get hurt, and it was all because of those two things. "Peter? We need to go, Peter," MJ called out. But I could barely hear her. What would the real Peter Parker do? Would he fight? Or would he run away? No, he wouldn't run away, not when so many people are getting hurt. No, he would stay and he would help them, and if the need came, he would fight the Hulk himself to make sure people didn't get hurt. He was a freaking hero, and so was I. I turned to MJ, "Get him to safety, MJ, find a safe place and stay there. People still need help and I'm going to help them." "What? Peter, are you crazy?" MJ cried out, "There are monsters fighting out there. And there are people getting hurt, MJ. I promise I'll be fine, I'll call you soon as I can," and without another word I took off. "Peter," she cried out, but ignored her. She looked afraid, for me and herself. She must have thought I was a glory-seeking fool. I know I would have. But the truth is this, I want to be a hero too. My life, it's not that great, but if I can use to help others, then, oh my god, I just realized, I'm going to be Spider-Man. I ran down the street and spotted a second-hand cloth store with a busted street window. I ran in and looked around. I needed a costume. I grabbed a red hoodie my size, a pair of blue yoga pants from the women's section, a ski mask and a pair of gloves. I ran into the trial room and quickly changed. I reached into my back pockets and sure enough my web shooters were there. I slipped them on over my gloves and tested them by firing a web line. It was strong and quick, good. I grabbed a school bag and put all my clothes in there, zipping it up. I slapped down a 20 on the counter and ran to the door, but I stopped. There were cameras out there. If someone got curious about me, they could use them to find me and my secret identity. I needed to be careful, paranoid even. So I looked around and spotted an open window up near the ceiling leading out into the alley outside. I climbed on the walls, thanking God that my wall crawling abilities worked even while still wearing gloves and sneakers. I crawled outside into the alley and took the bag with my clothes inside. I pressed it up against the wall and covered it in webs, holding it up there until I could come back and get it. An explosion drew my attention. I looked up to see the military helicopter come crashing down a few blocks away. It was now or never. I stretched out one hand and fired a web line into the corner of a building. My stomach was filled with butterflies, nervousness, and dread filling my soul. I slowly pushed off the wall and held on tight to the web line, swinging like a pendulum across the alley into the open street. My stomach lurched as I flew over the destroyed street and landed on the roof of the building on the other side. I stuck the landed and blinked in wonder, looking at my hands and then at the way there I swung. Yeah, this is freaking awesome. I grinned and ran forward. I jumped off the edge of the roof and shoot out a web line. I swung from street to street towards the sounds of destruction, and landed on a rooftop, looking down at the monsters fighting. The helicopter was still in one piece. Thankfully, the battlefield was a broken down block of land, barren except for a few barrel fires. And standing on top of the helicopter was Abomination, grinning at the Hulk, who looked like he was annoyed more than angry. The Abomination charged, throwing Hulk into a broken wall. He punched him repeatedly. I looked at the chopper as saw soldiers pouring out, a female civilian among them, Betty Ross. I realized. There was fuel pouring out of the engines, sparks flying everywhere. It was only a matter of time before it went kaboom. Even the Hulk seemed to realize this as he tried to stop it, but Abomination didn't let him, keeping him pinned up against the wall. Looks like it's my turn now, I gulped as I jumped off the roof and landed with a roll. Hey all. Fancy seeing you here, I called out. Why did I do that? That's so stupid. The soldiers looked at me like I was crazy. "Get out of here, it's going to blow." Betty warned me. I smiled, "Nice lady." Not if I have anything to say about it. I turned to the leaking fuel tank and fired out web line after web line. I threw the strands around the tank and covered it completely with my web, stopping the fuel from leaking out. The tank was now insulated. The fuel that was already leaked out was dripping into the ground, being absorbed. Crisis averted. I turned around to the Hulk. "Hey big guy." The monster turned to me. "I got this. Kick his ass." Hulk grinned, turned to Abomination and gave him a headbutt. The resulting crack was so loud I could hear it from here as Abomination held his nose in pain. They began to fight once more. This time Hulk wasn't distracted from saving lives. I turned to the soldiers still stuck inside the copter. I jumped in and slowly one by one pulled each of them out, handing the unconscious and injured ones to those who could still walk. There were even a few civilians that came rushing to help, dragging soldiers away from the wreckage. Betty ran up to me as I pulled out the last injured man. "You have to help him." I looked at them and saw the Hulk being hit over and over again with a wrecking ball that the Abomination used as a whip. He knocked Hulk aside and then turned to us, narrowing his eye at the retreating soldiers. "General," he growled, raising his chains to throw at us, and I moved. I used my improved agility to rush at him. "No. Don't." I heard General Thunderbolt yell out. My head started to buzz, warning me of danger. I jumped just as Abomination threw its large chains at me. I landed in a roll and continued to charge straight at him. I didn't know how strong Peter was, but it should be enough. I ducked under his swings, slipped into his defense, drew one arm back and with all the force I could muster, threw a punch right into his gut. Abomination's eyes went wide as his body was lifted into the air for a few seconds. I felt my web shooter cracking from the force. It exploded into a heap of webs covering my arm and his torso. "Shit!" I realized as I found myself stuck to him. Abomination landed on his feet and edged down to see me still attached to him. I gulped as he sneered at me. My spider sense were roaring in pain as it warned me to get away. But I couldn't. He tried to grab me and I jumped over his gigantic arm. The web stretched. Good, I had some leverage. I then ducked under his other arm, wrapping them both up with my web. I circled them and again before grabbing my hoodie sleeve and tearing it off, releasing me from the web line. I jumped away as Abomination tried struggle free. His arms were wrapped up tight together and attached to his chest. He pulled and I could see the lines started break, but it was taking all his time and effort. I needed to put him down. I knew I couldn't punch him unconscious, that was the Hulk's job. No, I needed to be smart about this. He must have a weak point, after all he was only human. He needed to breathe, right? I ran at him and leaped onto his chest and aimed my remaining web shooter at his nostrils. They were huge, and if I wanted to make sure he didn't pull them off I had to stick them somewhere he couldn't reach. I quickly shoot 2 web lines into his nostrils, blocking his nasal passage. Abomination's eyes went wide in horror as he realized what I was trying to do. He tried to free his arms even harder now. I could hear the web restraint snapping. I quickly fired one last web line into his mouth, covering it as well. I leaped away just as Abomination broke free. I landed far away and watched as he struggled to rip my webs away, covering his air passages. But his fingers were too large, they couldn't fit. He even tried to rip into the ones in his mouth, but I had lodged them so deep inside he could barely even touch them, let alone have enough leverage to rip them out. I panted and watched as he scarred his neck, trying to breathe. He swayed and suddenly fainted, crashing into the ground with a large thud. I was panting, I didn't even realize I was doing it. I looked around, by now police had gathered around with their guns pointed at the monster. Hulk stood aside and looked at me and the now unconscious Abomination. He growled before letting out an earth-shattering roar that scared everyone there. Betty, however, wasn't scared. She walked right up to him. Thunderbolt had his men stand down, even the police looked like they were going to be trigger happy. "Bruce," she whispered as she cried. Hulk looked down at her, he tried to wipe away her tears but found that he couldn't. "Betty," he grumbled. Suddenly a spotlight was shined on him, a camera helicopter circled around him. Hulk growled, he took off into the night, the helicopter following him. I lost sight of him in a few short moments, leaving everyone there with nothing to do, except look at me. "What's your name, son?" Thunderbolt asked as he approached me. "Me? I hesitated for a moment before speaking, "I'm Spider-Man." "Spider-Man? What kind of name is that?" "The kind I chose," I answered. "Are you planning on playing dress up?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yup." He didn't expect me to admit to that now, did he? He looked to his men, who were all asking for orders. He nodded towards Abomination, "Secure him," he then turned to me, "Well, whatever your name is, thank you. I owe you a debt. If you hadn't come when you had, those monsters would have destroyed the city." I shrugged, "I don't know," the green guy looked like he had it all handled. "Trust me, son, he didn't," Ross snorted, "it's humans like you and me who keep people safe. You did your country a great service today, son." "Thank you. If there's anything I can do for you, just ask." I blinked, this was unexpected. "Ah, thanks, I guess." I looked around, people were snapping photos of me, I needed to disappear, now. Anyway, bye. I turned and ran towards a light post. I jumped and landed on the top before launching a web line and swinging away back to my stash of regular clothes and MJ. "Sir, should we follow him?" a soldier asked Ross. "No, let him be, he isn't our enemy," Thunderbolt ordered as he turned to his daughter and sighed. Tonight was going to be a long one. I landed in the alleyway with my bag attached to the wall. I opened it and quickly changed into my regular clothes, which was quite a challenge when you're standing perpendicular to gravity. Once I was back in my normal clothes, I stuffed my uniform into the bag and threw it into burning car. I couldn't bring it with me, MJ would ask where I found a bag, and I certainly couldn't leave it behind in case S.H.I.E.L.D. or even Ross started to get curious. With all evidence destroyed, I took out my phone and found 3 missed calls from home and 1 from MJ. I called MJ first. "Hey, it's me, where are you?" "Peter? Oh, thank God. Your aunt has been worried sick. I'm at the Starbucks down the street near the ambulance." I looked around and spotted her. "I see you." I quickly ran to her and grabbed her into a hug. "I'm glad you're safe." "Me? What about you? When I told your aunt what you were doing, she nearly got a heart attack." MJ yelled as she broke the hug. "Shit," I cursed, "I really didn't want to get yelled at, I'm sorry." "Are you okay? Did anything happen?" No, I'm fine." "What about you?" "Helped out a few soldiers stuck in a helicopter, the fight is over, some guy in a red hoodie and mask came in and stopped that raging monster." MJ blinked. "Some guy?" I nodded, "Yeah. I couldn't catch him name though, he spoke to the general there and then just left. I think he was a superhero." "I see." She narrowed her eyes at me, I gulped, "Fine. We're going home, now. And you're going to call your aunt and tell her you're alright." "I swear, the last thing I need is her death on my conscience." "Right," I agreed as we tried to hail a cab, but since the city was in complete disarray we couldn't get one. We were forced to use the bus instead, and on the way I had to sit and listen to Aunt May yell at me through the phone. By the time we got onto the train, May got tried at yelling at me. She hung up with the promise of more yelling the moment I get home. I sighed as I disengaged the call and leaned back my seat. "That bad?" MJ asked. "Yeah. Well, you deserved it," she huffed. "I was just trying to help," I shrugged. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, Peter." That seems to be going around these days, I smirked. MJ groaned, I'm serious. I literally just meet you and newsflash, if you got yourself killed that would be a shitty way for me to start school. I smirked, aw, I love you too. Growing bold, I pressed a little peck on her cheeks, causing MJ to blush. Gr, you're lucky you're so cute, she huffed. Still, what were you thinking going off on your own like that? What is you had gotten hurt? I couldn't just stay there and do nothing, I argued, I'm not that kind of guy. I thought you didn't want to be a hero. Isn't it stupid or something? I was silent for the longest time. Maybe, I replied, but to be honest, I don't think I was ever going just stand by and let people get hurt. Not when I can prevent it, or at least stop it from hurting anymore. And why is that your job? I smirked, with great power comes great responsibility. How zen, where did you hear that one? Uncle Ben, I told her, it's his favorite line. I think I'm just starting to understand what he meant. He's a wise man. Yup. But you do know he's still going to whoop your ass the moment you get home, right? I sighed, yup. Good, she chuckled, leaning her head on my shoulder. My body was sore, especially my arms. The amount of muscle strength I needed to swing from building to building was intense. I would need to start working out. Maybe somewhere privately? Someplace no one can see me. After all, if they saw someone like me benching half a ton or something, they would freak out. For what it's worth though, Peter, you're my hero. She pressed her lips on my cheek and gave it a smack. Good job, Tiger. I blushed as silence reigned between us. The train's constant shaking filled our ear. MJ looked exhausted, and so was I. I just fought the abomination, and won. I knew I would be big news this time tomorrow. Maybe it's time I take this whole thing seriously. I have superpowers now. How long have I always wanted superpowers? And now I have them. I could help people. No, I had to help people. Guess in the end nothing, I never really had any choice in this life. I have to become Spider-Man, I had to become hero. Looks like life just got a whole lot more complicated. Chapter 2, Train Before You Leap. What were you thinking? Aunt May yelled. I was just trying to help, I argued. By leaving Mary Jane alone to go into a war zone. She was safe. I don't care, Peter. What you did was whole irresponsible and dangerous. You were lucky to be alive. I don't understand why you did that. I wanted to help. Are you the police? Are you the army? You are just a child, Peter, and And because of me one man is going home tonight to his family. I snapped, I saved his life, and many more. I don't regret what I did. May looked horrified. I don't think Peter ever snapped back at her like this, but then again, I'm not Peter Parker. May, maybe we should call it a night, Uncle Ben spoke softly. Gone on, go to bed. I'll handle this. But Ben, It's all right, May, just go, Ben gently assured her. She nodded sadly as she turned and left, leaving Ben and I alone at the dining table. I didn't mean to snap, I apologized. It's all right, Peter, I understand, he said softly. I was just trying to help, I didn't mean I understand, Peter, he repeated, softer this time. You have to realize, you're all May and I have, if we lost you. I saved someone, Uncle Ben, isn't that what you always taught me to do? If I can help someone, isn't it my duty to do so? Yes, I suppose it is, he smiled. Go to bed, Peter, we'll talk about this in the morning. Don't forget you have school tomorrow. I nodded, right, night Uncle Ben. Good night, Peter, he replied as I walked upstairs into my bed and locked the door behind me. I sat down on my bed and sighed, talking out my busted web shooter. I had one working and the other one is a complete mess. I worked on it for a while before giving up. It was broken, I needed to make a new one. Actually, if I was serious about the whole hero business, I need to upgrade these things. I needed them to be more durable and hold more webbing. Maybe even try and make different types of webbing. That would have been so useful against abomination. Suddenly there was a knock on my window. I swiped by desk clear, pushing the web shooters on the floor before I looked up to find MJ waving at me. I blinked in confusion as I opened the door. Peepers. How did you dash? Climb up, you tree. She pointed to a large tree next to my window. Can I come in? Yeah, sure. I stepped aside, letting her in, shutting the window behind her. So what's up? Nothing. Did your aunt and uncle yell at you a lot? I sighed. Yeah, but I deserve it. You. No, Aunt Anna understood it wasn't anyone's fault. If anything, she thinks I should have gone with you. Honestly though, she wouldn't stop talking about how amazing you are, she said, rolling her eyes. Not amazing, maybe spectacular, I snickered. Don't go growing an ego on me, Parker, MJ hissed, but yeah, you're pretty cool tonight. Especially the way you saved that man's life. That pole must have weighed a ton. I shrugged, maybe. But I didn't really notice, too busy trying to save him. You're really skinny for a strong guy, MJ noted. You barely have a muscle on you. He noted my skinny frame. I gulped. Well, you know how it is. Adrenaline and all that. She was being suspicious. Not good at all. Maybe, she added, trailing off. Anyway, I too make sure you were all right. Thanks, I'm fine. If anything, I'm a little tired. Really? Because I can't sleep, MJ grumbled, too nervous. Why? The Hulk ran anyway, and I'm pretty sure the army has the other dude locked in ice. No, not that, she grumbled. School. I'm starting my first day tomorrow. I chuckled. Oh, that. Relax, MJ, there's no reason to panic. It's just classes, you'll do fine. Yeah, but I mean, what if they don't like me? I shrugged. Who cares? Besides, I doubt they won't like you're hot and smart. The guys will be falling head over heels for you, and the girls will want to be your bestie. She smiled. You think so? I nodded. I know so. So relax, high school, it's the end of the world. MJ smiled. We talked into the night, just me and her. When she left, I was glad to have made such a nice friend. Peter needed more of them. Maybe one day she could be more, but for now, a friend was enough. The next day. I was in the Daily Bugle the very next day. Well, not me, but they did have the Hulk's fight in the front covers and a grainy picture of me off in the side. It looks like they had no clue who I was, people just calling me Webbs. The article itself was fair and balanced, which was surprising considering it was the Bugle we were talking about. But to be fair, I did save the lives of soldiers, even they couldn't label me a criminal for doing that. The report actually called me a hero once, saying how impressive it was for someone like me to stand up to a monster. From various statements from the scene, it seems the people there mentioned the fight was like seeing David and Goliath. I smiled. Maybe this time Spider-Man won't end up being labeled a bad guy. With that done and a health breakfast, it was time to go to school. MJ and I took the bus to school. We talked about what subjects she was taking and the people she would meet. Needless to say, she was nervous. We arrived with 10 minutes to spare. Students were crawling all around the campus, talking to each, gossiping or just having fun. I lead her into the crowded hallways. Welcome to Midtown High, I announced, gesturing to the large crowded halls where people yelled, cheered, fought, and generally just did teenage things. I think I'll fight right in, MJ said with a smile. That you will, Peepers. Please stop calling me that. No. I didn't even mean to pep. No. I hate you. I smirked. No. I lead her down the hall, introducing her to the various cliques and factions one could find in the school. There were the jocks, the cheerleaders, the techies, the nerds, the dancers, the theater maniacs, the weirdos, the normals, and of course me. The kid too smart to be a normal geek and too desperate for acceptance to be a hipster. We had first period together, so after a visit to the counselor's office I guided her to our first class. The moment we entered the room, Flash Thompson seemed to notice me. "Hey everybody, check it out. Punk Parker's back." "Huh? What's the matter, Parker? Did you finally recover from the itsy spider bite?" mocked Kong, Flash's right-hand man and a heavy fellow. I rolled my eyes. Wonderful, bullies. Like this place wasn't stereotypical enough. Flash grew enraged. "What the hell do you say?" He stopped as he noticed MJ standing next to me. He gulped and wished, "Whoa." MJ turned to me. "Are they always like this?" I shrugged. "Not, just with me. Though I think it's because Flash has a crush on me and is too scared to admit he's gay. That snapped him out of it." "What?" "Listen here, Parker, I ain't gay." "And what's wrong with being gay?" asked Zach, an openly gay kid in our class. "And nothing. It's just I ain't gay is all." I shrugged. "Whatever." I put down my bag and stretched my neck. "Really hate that thing." "So you new here?" Flash asked MJ in the most subtle way possible. Note the sarcasm. "Yeah, I'm Maryjane, nice to meet you," she smiled. "Hey Maryjane, I'm Flash, this Kong, if you need anything babe, anything, just ask us," he ended, wiggling his eyebrows. I gagged. "Truly Flash, you mastered the art of seduction." "What's it to you, Parker?" Flash growled. I shrugged. "Nothing, please, continue. I believe you were flirting with the new girl." "Shut it, Parker," Flash yelled, his face red in embarrassment. "Stop it, Tiger, you're embarrassing him," MJ teased. "Fine," I rolled my eyes. "So where are you from?" Liz Allen, blonde, blue eyes and head cheerleader, asked. "I'm from upstate, but I recently moved in with my aunt," MJ explained. "So what are you into?" asked Crystal, another cheerleader asked. "Well, I like fashion, singing, theater, that sort of thing." "Oh. Did you see the new channel line? It's so good." MJ nodded. "Yeah, but I don't like their perfumes, too strong for my taste." "I know, right?" Liz's eyes twinkled. Looks like she just found a new BFF. I watched as MJ mingled in perfectly with the popular crowd. Flash, Liz, Kong, a couple of side characters I didn't really care about but apparently were considered gods of popularity according to Peter's memories. "So wait, how do you know Parker?" Liz asked, looking at me in disdain. "What?" "Oh, he's my neighbor," MJ explained. "Oh, okay. Hey, sit with us MJ, we'll show you around after class." "Thanks, but Peter already promised me dash." "Parker? Please, that wimp wouldn't know where the toilet is." Flash snorted. "No Flash, I do, after all you tried to give me swirlies in there plenty of times," I snapped back. MJ's eyes went wide. "He what?" He turned to me and glared, whisper in a quiet voice, "Don't blow this for me Parker, or I'll make sure next time I won't flush before I dunk you." I raised a single eyebrow. "Did you just threaten me?" "And what if I did?" he growled. I looked down at him and snorted, "I would like to see you try." Flash growled, "Today, after school, in the park." I remember this. In Ultimate Spider-Man, Flash challenged Peter to a fight. Peter kicked his ass, broke his arm, and in return Flash's parents sued Aunt May and Uncle Ben for all their money. It made things difficult for them, and I don't plan on repeating that mistake. Sorry big guy, but I have no intention of having a dick measuring contest with you. I don't need to. Why you little dash. Settle down class, the teacher walked in, stopping Flash in his tracks. "That means you Mr. Thompson." Flash growled at me, "Next time." I snorted, "Yeah, no. Come on MJ, sit with us." Liz dragged MJ to the back, away from me. MJ looked like she wanted to protest but couldn't say a thing as Liz dragged her away, leaving me once more alone. I sighed, sat down in my seat and listened with half a mind to whatever the teacher said. It was English class, not my favorite. At the end of the class I got up to try and talk to MJ, but before I could even try she was swept away by Liz and the others into their next class. Which is actually fine, I had AP chemistry and MJ had basic math with the rest of them. As I walked to my next class I realized I was alone. Peter didn't have anyone. Even the one friend I somehow managed to get was swept away in a matter of moments. Maybe it was best just to accept I was going to be alone. During chemistry I had problem following whatever they said. It was honestly a little boring after a while, didn't even bother taking notes. But near the very end the teacher mentioned how graphite chains were strong and changing the structure determined their tensile strength. I got an idea on how to improve the webbing formula. The rest of the day turned out to be the same as the first couple of classes. I was ignored or shunned by everyone there and the teachers didn't bother me even if I was creally daydreaming, since they knew I knew everything. Honestly by lunch I was wondering why Peter even bothered with school. He was smart enough to start college anytime he wanted, so why in God's blue earth did he? And when I sat down alone in the table furthest away in the lunch hall and right next to the trash cans I knew. Peter didn't want to leave because he was lonely, so damn lonely and stupid that he thought college would be no different from high school and that people would shun him wherever he went. So it was better to stick with the devil he knew rather than the one he didn't. I suppose I understood after high school is supposed to be an important formative year for a child's social skills, Peter was hoping his would kick in, but sadly no luck. As I bite into Aunt May's homemade tuna sandwich I realized MJ and her new friends had just entered the lunch hall. They all laughed and chatted like there's no tomorrow. MJ didn't even look at me. I didn't understand it. Was she really that shallow? Did she really not care a bit about me? Was the week we spent making googlet eyes at each other all just a time pass for her? What the hell man, did I just get played? Just then I noticed another kid walk up to them. He wore expensive clothes and a stylized haircut, one look and I knew who he was. I didn't even need Peter's memories. Harry. Liz smiled, come sit here. Meet the new girl. Harry grinned, gladly, hey, I'm Harry Osborn, he winked as he sat next to Mary Jane, very closely. MJ blushed at the forwardness, hey. I'm MJ. Liz grinned, careful Osborn, I think she's in love. Liz. MJ shrieked, her face as red as her hair. Harry laughed, I don't mind, I've never had someone so cute falling for me before, so it's a real boost to my ego. I couldn't stand the sight of them, all the positive feelings I had with MJ turned bitter quick, guess I was stupid that way, but it just wasn't fair. I stuffed the rest of the sandwich into my mouth and left, not looking back even if my ears picked up her melodious laughter. I walked down the corridor, pissed, alone, I hate being alone. And idiots, I'm surrounded by idiots. I wasn't a genius or something in my past nothing like that, but fuck even then I had trouble with people. And now? With Peter's IQ? Fuck finding a friend who I can treat as an equal, I would need to hang out with Tony Stark for that to happen. No wonder Peter had been holding back so much, if he didn't he would have gone mad being surrounded by these shallow people eons ago. I walked to the chemistry lab and found it open and empty, like I knew it would be. Peter used to retreat her to escape Flash, and now it would seem it would become my haven as well. I began to work on a couple of chemicals, trying to work in the new graphite chain into the webbing formula like I theorized. I spent all of break there and soon classes began again. The school day ended with history last period, which MJ and I shared. She laughed and joked with her new friends and when school got over she walked up to me like nothing ever happened. Hey Peter. MJ cheered as we walked towards the school bus. I felt anger pour through my veins, but I kept it in check, She's just a little girl, she didn't understand what she did was wrong, it was pointless getting angry at her. So I put on a cheerful fake smile, "Hey MJ. I swear this was like the best first day ever." MJ cheered, "I didn't think I would meet so many people who liked me." "Liz was amazing, Pete. You should see the way we just got along." I shrugged, "I'm glad you made friends, told you they're nothing to worry about." "Yeah, you're right. Anyway, I talked to her about the theater program you guys have and wow was I impressed. Did you know they put on 3 plays a year? I should totally try and score a part in the one on December, what do you think? Do you think I should?" I nodded, "Try it out, you might not get something important, but everyone does have to start somewhere, right?" And like that I had to sit and listen to her brag about how great her life was. Was I being petty and silly? Maybe, but fuck it man, where was the loyalty? I didn't like the fact she didn't even realize she did something wrong, it's like she couldn't understand. We were dropped off at the same stop and walked home. We reached out neighboring houses and I turned to go to mine. "Hey Pete, do you want to come over?" MJ asked, "Aunt Anna probably made some cookies if you want." "No, I'm fine," I waved her offer off, "I'm honestly just tired, guess the stress of yesterday is finally getting to me. I'm going to bed, see you tomorrow MJ." MJ blinked, "What? Are you okay Peter? You sound kind of dull." "I told you just tired," I shrugged, "don't worry about it, I'll be fine tomorrow." "Well, if you're sure, bye," she replied weakly. I waved her goodbye and walked into my house, slamming the door behind me. "Peter? How was school?" Aunt May asked from the kitchen. "Fine, just fine. I'm going to my lab Aunt May, call me if you need something," I yelled out as I walked down to the basement, throwing my bag at my workstation. I took out my notes for the new formula and began work on the new web serum. It took me all day, but I finally managed synthesis a proper batch. I then began to experiment. This formula reacted to pressure. The more pressure it feels, the harder it became. So I began test it out. I found I could create weak webbing that was basically like glue, strong one that was hard as concrete, and somewhere down the middle which had a balance of elasticity and tensile strength. I didn't know what got into me, but the time just seemed to slip away. Aunt May came down to ask me what I wanted for dinner, and, after I made sure to hide all my webbing formula, I told her I wasn't hungry. Maybe it was the fact that I didn't like being forgotten, maybe as just my anger at being ignored, but whatever it was, it gave focus. I knew what I had to do and knew how to do it. It was 2 in the morning when I completed all tests on the new formula, including drawing up plans to make the Mark II web shooters. These ones would be more powerful than the last, but they would take time to make. I tried to go to bed, but I wasn't sleepy, no, I was restless. I looked outside the window and saw the quiet suburban area I lived in, but just near the horizon New York shined at me, calling me forth for adventure. I couldn't go all the way into the city, but I sure as hell can't stay here. I put on a set of dark clothes and opened the window, jumping out, and did a perfect landing, thanks spider powers. I began jog, slowly at first, just to keep my heart rate up, but soon I got curious, just what could this body really do? So with a grin I kicked off with full speed. The houses went by quickly, I found I was fasting I had ever been, maybe 20 miles an hour. Maybe more? It was honestly impressive, considering I never ran professionally before in my life. Or Peter's life for that matter. I ended up running all the way out of the suburbs and into town. I ran past delis still open and a few supermarkets. People didn't bother looking at me, guess they were used to seeing people jog at all hours of the day. But soon I found myself at the abandoned train yard a few blocks away from home. Peter used to come here for when his experiments had a more explosive intention. He always found climbing the 30 feet tall fence the hard part, but now I could clear it with a single leap. The place had one giant hangar rusted over and overgrown with weeds. People didn't come here often, even kids who were looking for a place to crash avoided it thanks to the fence and lack of comfort. I however came here for another reason. I went up to the hangar and grabbed the doors. I pulled with all my might and they groaned as slowly the doors were pushed to the side. Inside I found several types of machineries. There was a stack of railway lines off in the side, some were 10 feet long, others 30 feet and beyond. There was even an abandoned train car in one corner as well, some chains hanging from the ceiling and what looked like a generator off in the side. This place honestly made me feel like it could be my secret hideout, my home away from home. It just needed, well, it needed a lot of work. But first, maybe it was time to see what I could really do. I walked up to one of those 10 feet railway lines and grabbed hold of its sides. I gripped it as hard as I could and in one swift motion tried to lift it up. To my immense surprise, I found myself holding up the beam of metal over my head, a victorious grin on my face. I threw to the ground and panted, this was amazing, it must have weighed what? 500 pounds? Maybe more? I could military lift that over my head straight off the bat. One could only imagine what can do with some actually training. I couldn't be a muscle builder though, Spider-Man was always more of a gymnast than a brawler, like Nightwing, he was, exactly like, whoa. Just then I had an epiphany. Who were the two most popular comic book characters in Marvel and DC? Spider-Man and Batman. They didn't have comic power or some kind of deus ex machina to give them what they need. Well, Batman did have his utility belt, but that's besides the point. Spider-Man and Batman were very much alike. They both suffered great loss which gave onto them a duty, for Bruce it was vengeance, for Peter it was responsibility for the powers he now possessed. They were also focused on small-time crime, while other heroes faced aliens and other shit. Batman and Spider-Man always seemed to stick to their cities. Sure, they would often venture out, but always came back. There were a lot of things different about them. True, their attitude, the fact that Peter was piss poor and Bruce was rich as balls. But there were a lot similar as well. They both mainly fought with their fists and minds. They were both highly valued despite being a slightly advanced human. Spider-Man did have his powers, but they paled when compared to those like Thor. Heck, even some of their villains were the same. Joker and the Green Goblin. Black Cat and Catwoman. Sandman, Clayface. The list went on. But I was starting to see a pattern here. Peter and Bruce were reflections of each other. One had powers to help him out while the other had his training and his mind. If I wanted to be Spider-Man, I couldn't just repeat what Peter did. No, I had to be better, I had to be superior to him. God, that makes me sound so much like Otto. But getting back to the point, if I was to improve Batman, I would give him spider powers to make him even more combat savvy than he already was. I would also give him Peter's amazing engineering mind to help think of solutions he wouldn't even begin to question where possible. But if I was to improve upon Spider-Man, that would be a taller order. I would need to learn to fight like Batman, master so many types of combat people would lose count. Be smart about fighting crime, not just swinging into battle all crazy, hoping for trouble. I would need to know everything I possibly can to fight crime, learn things I previously thought pointless. I couldn't have the gadgets, too expensive. But I could build my own, make them from scratch. It would be difficult, maybe even pointless, but if I could, it would be so cool. I felt a great big smile coming on my face. I imagined myself as a mixture of Spider-Man and Batman, a hero unlike any other. A hero who could surpass the call of justice and fight the good fight, protect people. But it was just too much. I leaned against the hangar wall and looked around. Why should I go through all this trouble? For people who I don't even know? Why, no, I can't think like that. I remember what the battle between the Hulk and Abomination did. I need to be a hero, I have to be. I always wanted to help people, and now that I can, why should I be a mediocre hero? Why just be a wall crawler when I can be so much more? I stood up with a confidence I didn't know I had. I had a goal, to be the greatest hero of both worlds, not because of some fucking death in the family bullshit, but because if I didn't, I knew what would happen. I knew that people would die. They need me, and I need to be my best. I got back home and turned on my computer. I began to search online for the skills I would need. Kind of stupid, I know, but I needed to start somewhere. I made a list, things that I would need to learn to do to become the best. To become the Spider-Bat, yeah, no, maybe I should just stick with Spider-Man. I found a dojo that taught mixed styles of martial arts. Karate, judo, and taekwondo, each for a period of 2 hours, from 3 to 9 in the night. Usually people would register for one class, but I wasn't ordinary people. I wouldn't be able to start going out and saving people immediately. I didn't have a suit ready or my web shooters. I didn't even have a plan of attack. So I needed to be patient, to bide my time and learn, grow. Spider-Man wouldn't be born anytime soon, sadly. No, this will require patience. I would also need to learn everything. Mechanics, chemistry and physics would be my core subject to focus on. Maybe I should also focus on other things as well, like languages. With mind made up, I began feel sleepy. With a smile I went to bed. Strangely enough, that night I had a dream of bats and spiders. Needless to say, I woke up screaming for my mommy. The next day at school I tackled classes a bit differently. I had gone to the library before class and took out a guide to learning French. While the teacher taught us history, I snuck in bits of French. It was difficult at first, but after I began to actually think upon what I learned, well, things got a lot easier. Thank you God for giving me the mind of a genius. With Peter's advanced neural network I was able to learn a few phrases in French in a day. I won't be impressing any French supermodel passing by, but it was a start. I also began to pay more attention in class. I even bombarded the teachers with questions, asking detailed questions. They smiled in appreciation at first, but I think they came to loathe me by the end of the class. I ended up filling up several pages with notes. Good, no reason to remember all this in my head now and waste storage space. I didn't go home with MJ on the bus. Instead I took the train to Manhattan to visit that dojo I found last night. I told Aunt May and Uncle Ben what I was going to go before I left for school that day. Needless to say, they were surprised. Peter, why do you want to take such classes? May asked, worried. I want to be able to protect myself, Aunt May, I replied. If I get into a tough situation I want to able to handle it. But Peter May let the boy do what wants. Ben spoke out with a reassuring smile. He wants to protect himself, and that's fine. Besides, it's a good thing that he's finally got himself a hobby. Not really a hobby, more like an agenda, I told myself, but nodded externally, yeah. Besides, life's getting kind of dull, I need something interesting to do. Surely you and MJ can figure out something, May suggested. No, she's busy with other stuff, I shrugged, no biggie. But I do want to do this, Aunt May, please. The woman met my gaze for the longest time before side relented. She warned me not push myself. I kind of lied and told her I wouldn't. I also told her classes were from 5 to 9, and it consisted of only one class, not 3 separate one. No need to worry hen more. I arrived at the dojo in Chinatown. People were already going in. I saw so many kids being dropped off by parents, it was honestly worrisome. Would this place even teach me anything? Or was this just a giant dump for money? I sighed. I was about leave in frustration when I noticed a sign down the road hidden behind a neon sign for a Chinese restaurant. I paused, blinking at it. It sounded so familiar. Shikara Dojo. And I realized why. Colleen Wing, she owned that dojo. She was Iron Fist love interest and she was currently a member of the hand that brainwashed kids into becoming killing machines. And like that I was at an impasse. 1. I could try my luck in another dojo and pray it wasn't a money dump as well. Or 2, go to the Shikara dojo, learn what I could from Colleen, and make sure the hand doesn't become aware of me mooching off their techniques. It was a dangerous gamble for sure. The hand were a league of assassin in this universe, ninjas that had no equal. It was crazy to think I could learn from them, but at the same time, Bruce Wayne in one universe learned from Ra's al Ghul himself. Fuck it, I want to be a ninja. But if they even think I'm joining their little clan, then they have another thing coming. I walked into the building and found a staircase leading to the first floor with a sign for the dojo. The place looked exactly like it did in the Netflix series, yellow hallways and all. I found the dojo easily and stopped, peeping in to see students already in a uniform standing before Colleen, who I have to admit, looks so fucking amazing. She looked up and noticed me, nodding to enter, and with a gulp I did. I took off my shoes and walked into the dojo. The students turned to look at me, I meet their gaze, I turned to Colleen, I wish to learn. Please. The female ninja smiled, you came to the right place. Though you don't really have to sound like you're in a kung fu movie, you know. I chuckled, rubbing my hair, sorry, nervous. It's fine, my name is Colleen Wing, and you are? Peter Parker. I put down my bag and took off my shirt, revealing the exercise clothes I had on underneath. Can I start now? Colleen looked impressed. No, not today. For today I want you to stand to the side and watch. Think you can do that, Peter? I nodded, sure. I sat down to the side, watched them closely. Right, now then let's begin. Colleen turned to her students. They went into basic movements of the blade. It seems she taught them kendo for now. Maybe more advanced classes learned ninjutsus and stuff like that. Maybe only the really advanced recruits were even considered for such a training. I needed to learn that as well. I need them to want me, and maybe I can leave them blinking how it all went so wrong. But for now I sat down and watched. I used Peter's amazing mind to break down the swings and the foot positions, understanding how it moves and why. I learned the various strikes by watching them move, and I even noticed their mistakes. By the end of the first session everyone there was sweating. Kendo was hard, it wasn't just swinging a sword. It also involved a lot of hand-to-hand movement that required stamina, though I don't think I'll suffer for it. Alright class, good work for today. I'll see you all around tomorrow, same time. Joey. Don't be late. I'll try, Sensei Wing. She smiled as the rest of her students left, leaving her and I alone. She sat down before me and smiled. So what do you think? Think you can keep up? If I do, will you advance me ahead of the class? I asked her. She looked surprised, confused even, so I explained, they're way too new at this to be your best class. I'm assuming there are different levels, probably at different times. I was wondering if I learned them well enough you wouldn't hold me back. Colleen looked surprised. I would never hold back a promising student. If I believe you are worthy, then yes, I would advance you. But don't get your hopes up just yet, Peter, it isn't as easy as looks. I smirked, I think I got it. Colleen chuckled, really? Yup. I got up and walked over to the sword stands, picking up a wooden banto. Can to try me? Colleen looked unsure before shrugged, why not? Show me what you got. I nodded as I proceed to show her the 3 katas she had taught the students today. One that was a basic attack and block combo, the next one added leg movement and turning the body, and the last one added more complex swings that were difficult for some to do, but thanks to my agility I managed my own. Colleen started, what? How did you do that? Have you been trained before? I shook my head, no, I just saw how they moves and copied it. Well, I also noticed a few mistakes, so I corrected that. Well. Colleen's eyes went wide before she smiled, I would be honored to teach you, Peter. I bowed. Thanks you, Wing Sensei, I won't disappoint. Will your next class be coming soon? Colleen nodded. Yes, I have 3 more classes after this. Why? Do you wish to stay? Yes. Alright, but you mustn't practice the techniques I show them today, understood? They are extremely dangerous and only a master can perform them without issues. So no getting greedy, understood, Peter? I smiled. Wouldn't dream of it. I spent the next 3 hours watching students come and go. Colleen had pretty good system, to be honest. Kendo taught to the beginners first, then more advanced techniques and combat for the second batch. The third was taught several hand-to-hand combats, and the fourth group, which had only 7 people for Colleen to teach, was trained into the ground to be fighters. I knew this wasn't the full hand ninja training program. The 4th class kids were still too full of opening for one to exploit. No, these guys would be taken to the facility where they were further trained and brainwashed. I remember the Iron Fist mentioning the compound was in New York, but I don't remember where. Damn me and my stupid brain. I paid Colleen for the month and reached home earlier than I thought that night. May was pleased I found a dojo with much more sensible timings, though she didn't realize how I basically just made a deal with an army of fucking assassins. If she did, I don't think she would be standing. The next day I got up bright and early and went for a jog. The very mention of physical exercise seemed to have brought my aunt. She looked at me like I was a foreigner to her before smiling. MJ is a wonderful influence on you, Peter. And I got pissed. I'm not doing this for her or anyone else, Aunt May, I hissed with hostility she wasn't expecting. I'm doing this for me. I had 2 hours to work in some kind of exercise before school started. I ran for half the time and spent the rest in the hangar where I swung from chain to chain. It helped me with my balance and control, giving me some experience swinging large distances. Unfortunately, it seems I spent way too much time there. I had to run back to my home at full speed and got ready. I must have taken a bath and changed in record time. I came downstairs and saw breakfast ready for me. Morning, Peter, Ben greeted as he looked through that morning's paper. Morning, Uncle Ben, I wished him before stuffing my face with breakfast. Ben blinked. Slow down, Peter. You're going to dash. I coughed. He sighed. Chalk. Here, have water, don't rush. I drank it. Can't late. Need to catch bus. Well then I'll drop you, Ben told him. Now finish your food. I nodded as I quickly did just that. I walked out of the house in a few seconds with Uncle Ben following slowly. As I stood outside though, I noticed MJ waiting outside her own house. I smiled. Did she wait for me? But before I could say anything though, I found a convertible driving down the road, stopping before MJ's house. My eye widened as I saw Harry in the driver's seat honking. MJ. Come on, he yelled. Coming. MJ called out as she got out and ran to Harry, slipping into the front seat. She smiled at Harry, who took off like a bullet. I couldn't help it, I growled. I fucking growled. Peter, Ben sighed, she's not abandoning you. Really? Because it sure feels like it, I spat back, getting into the car. Come on, Uncle Ben, I'll be late. He sighed as he got the car and ignited it. Peter, she's just happy she has friends. Can't you understand that? No, Uncle Ben, I do understand that. I also understand that the moment she did, I was completely ignored and forgotten. Ben took the car out of parking and drove out to the street, driving slowly to the school. Peter, just because she doesn't talk as much doesn't mean she sees you as less of a friend. Maybe she doesn't, but I do, I sighed. Honestly, I don't understand why I'm complaining. I don't even have friends. But damn it, Uncle Ben, it hurts being ignored. Ben smiled. I know, son, I know. But it will get better, I promise you. I didn't reply. I just looked out at the passing scenery and wondered, should I even bother being her friend anymore? That day I got to school and didn't bother with talking to people in general. I wasn't looking forward to any of the classes, I barely survived them. I did take notes and the like, studied French the best I could, I didn't break from schedule. After school I went to the Shikara dojo where Colleen allowed me to participate with the rest of the beginners, though it became obvious I was far more skilled and graceful than them. Spider powers for the win. I arrived at Queens via train, and as I walked out of the train station I heard some scream. My eye went wide, a mugging. I realized as I shot out the door like a bullet and looked around. I saw someone being pushed into an alley by 3 guys across the street. Wasting no time I put on my hoodie and charged. Your jewels and money, rich guy, or I'll fucking stab you where you stand. Okay, please don't hurt us, a man said, standing protectively before his girlfriend as 3 thugs stood around him with knives. Hey ass face, I yelled out. The one closest to the street looked away, and connected his face to my boot, breaking his nose and sending him flying backward. Get him, the other thug yelled out as the last one tried to take me on. He thrust his blade forward, trying to rip my stomach open, but I managed to dodge them all, my spidey senses helping me to predict what was going to happen. Suddenly he roared and charged forward, trying to grab me, but I jumped over his head, landed on the other side and sent a kick into his back, then landed him on the ground. Before anyone could react I charged the last thug still standing and grabbed his knife. I got it to stick to my hands, pulling it out of his grip before throwing it away. What the fuck? My punch connected to his face so hard I felt his nose crack under the impact. He went flying back. I turned to the last thing getting up, kicked him in the stomach, hard. The air in his lungs got knocked out, he rolled around holding his solar plexus in pain. Thank you, the man replied. I didn't turn around, my face being obscured by hoodie. I looked at them both before running away as quickly as I can. I may not be a superhero, but a single skinny kid beating up and thrashing 3 thugs. Yeah right, like I can explain that. I got him that night with a smile. Oh, had a good day at the gym? May asked. It's a dojo, Aunt May, and yeah, I did, I smiled, remembering the muggling I stopped, the people I saved. I was right, if I actually knew how to fight I could be so much cooler. Well, that's good. Wash up, Peter, we're having your favorite tonight? Pizza. Oh, this day just getting better and better. Chapter 3, The First Case. It was over a week of my new training schedule when something happened that was even remotely interesting. It was Sunday morning when I woke up to Uncle Ben watching the news, which was reporting on how there was an accident in the Baxter building, resulting in a small explosion. To Uncle Ben that may not seem like much, but to me, it was fucking world-shattering. For a while now I assumed this was the Marvel Cinematic World, meaning only the movies would be included. But now, the Baxter building was home to a special group of people, Marvel's first family. The Fantastic Four. Holy shit. They're real. The moment I realized this I booted up my computer and searched for them. Reed Richards was young in this universe, just 25. Sue was even younger at 22, Johnny was a teenager at 16, Ben Grimm was 25 and Victor Von Doom was 30. It sounded like they were the ultimate version of the Fantastic Four, but it didn't feel like so. Reed was smart and very collected, and Doom was in fact ruler of his own nation at this moment. They were college batch mates, and by the looks of things on Doom's scientific accomplishments, he didn't value Reed at all, often mocking the man in his papers. I honestly didn't know what I should do at this point. I mean, they were the FF, was I supposed to help them? No, they can handle themselves. Maybe after I get a suit made I can introduce myself, but until they I'll stay put. So with that done I found myself enjoying a relaxing Sunday. I had no training, no homework of note, and best of all, Aunt May and Uncle Ben were going out in the afternoon to visit friends and would only come back late at night. I needed to take advantage of this, and I will. But first things first, a costume. I felt silly trying to be Spider-Man without a costume, so I started to browse through eBay to find one. Honey wasn't surprised to be completely horrified at the choices I had. They were all so disgusting. Fucking hate these things. Can't I just get armor? Oh wait, I'm poor. Forgot about that. But that didn't mean I had to be fucking stuck with shitty looking spandex. I bought two, one red and one black. I wasn't a big fan of the whole red and blue classic costume, and if you didn't figure it out, I'm going for the whole, superior Spider-Man thing. So black and red it was. The costume would arrive in few days, good thing too, gave me time to learn how to stitch. It took me most of the morning watching videos upon videos on how to stitch on YouTube, but I did it. It was a very brain-numbing job, didn't really involve heavy thinking, so it was an easy concept to grasp. When May and Ben left for the day, I went to my room and changed into a nicer set of clothes and went out. I didn't want to be stuck in one house all day, plus I was near New York, the greatest city on earth. I had to explore. I took the train into the city and sighed as I enjoyed the sights. I know I may be giddy like a tourist, but I didn't care. This place was so amazing. I walked down to Harlem, curious to see what it was like now. Needless to say, was a wreck. People were still cleaning things up, apparently the military did what they could, but the party was still huge. Debris was still being cleaned away, people were volunteering, a new organization called Rebuild Harlem was on the scene. My curiosity now satisfied, I left the place, knowing it was in good hands. But as I passed through the Apollo Theater, I looked around and noticed the road was still cracked. This was where they first clashed, and when I looked down the road I could see the crater where Bruce landed and transformed into the Hulk. I grew curious and walked over there. People were told to keep back, but obviously no one listened. People were taking pictures and such, but now all the attention the whole drew was gone. I found myself staring at it in silence. I was about to leave, when I saw something under a rock. I walked into the hole and carefully lifted the heavy stone, and there it was, a brownish stain. Blood. Hulk's blood. I immediately knew this was dangerous. Not only was it extremely volatile, but it did some funky ass shit. I remember people were mutated when exposed to it, some guy grew super smart when it seeped into his head, so what would it do to me? I was curious. I wasn't going to inject myself with it, but I wanted to know what it was. I took the rock up and put it in my pants. It was around the size of my hand, not too big. I left Harlem quickly and stuck around the city for another hour for lunch. Soon I was back home in my basement lab holding the blood-soaked stone. I scraped off a little bit of the dried blood into a test tube and began the process of making it useful. It took some time, but soon I had a vial of Hulk's diluted blood ready to go. I put the stone under my desk, away from sight. I would need to find a better place to hide it, and soon. But back to the blood. I analyzed it under a microscope. Not much I could see, but I did find the blood cells were still active. Usually dried blood would mean dead cells, hence why they lose the color, but now, the Hulk cells have some amazing properties. I studied the blood a bit longer, noting a few more properties it had, like how any form of food I introduced, like glucose or carbohydrate, was consumed within seconds. It was almost like the damn thing was alive. After my little experiments with Hulk's blood, I went out once more, this time to the hangar in the abandoned train yard. I jumped over the fence and walked towards the hangar. But when I got there I noticed the doors had already been opened. I groaned. Whenever I left this place I made sure to close the doors. Who else was here? I pushed the hangar doors wide open and walked inside. Hello? Is anyone here? I asked. What the heck? A voice came from inside the hangar. Stepping out from behind the stack of iron beams was Flash and Liz, followed by Harry and MJ, all looking surprised to see Peter there. Parker. Flash growled, "What the hell are you doing here? I raised an eyebrow, painting the ceiling, and you guys. Hey Pete. Harry called out with a smile, acting like we were old buddies, which sadly we were, but not anymore. Guess he brought them here. I remember him and Peter finding this place together back in the day. I was just showing these guys this amazing place. I didn't know you still come here. I shuddered. From time to time, I looked to the side and saw MJ blushing red. I narrowed my eyes. I looked at Liz and spotted her looking frustrated at me. I could see her hair was a mess and Flash looked pissed as well. Suddenly realization dawned on me. Ah, so you guys came here to make out, I see. Liz's face turned red. What? No. Get your head out of the gutter, Parker. I shrugged. Says the girl who looks like she just got thrown into a washing machine. I then made eye contact with MJ and she blushed even harder. Well, I suppose congratulations are in order. I'll leave you guys alone. Lock up when you're done. I turned to leave when suddenly MJ spoke up. Wait Peter. She looked nervously at Harry. I think I better go as well. My aunt would be getting worried. Harry looked hurt. What? Are you serious? But we just got here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll see you in school, Harry. Bye Liz, bye Flash, and with that she practically ran out of the hangar. I groaned as I followed her outside. We walked to the fence where I helped her climb over it. When we're walking away I finally asked, so, you and Harry huh? MJ's eyes widened. What? No. I rolled my eyes. You don't need to lie, Mary Jane. I don't personally care who you are with. It's your business, not mine. MJ looked away as we walked back to our home. I honestly didn't want to go, but MJ looked kind of shaken up. I couldn't help wonder if something happened between her and Harry. He thought I wanted to make out. MJ spoke up finally. I raised an eyebrow. Oh? And why did he think that? MJ shook her head. I don't know. Mary Jane, did he try and force something? I asked. What? No. He didn't do anything. It's just, she looked ashamed. I guess I must have seemed interested. It's my fault really. I'll apologize to him tomorrow. I looked at her, so beaten and hurt. Nothing like the amazing girl I meet the first week I was Peter Parker, none of the life or joy. I was honestly horrible to watch. Don't apologize, I spoke up, gaining her attention. She looked up curiously and I explained, he hurt you, tried to push the boundaries, don't apologize to him. Make him say he's sorry. Harry he was a friend, or something like that. Now he's just a jerk, he likes getting his way, don't let him push you around. MJ looked surprised but nodded silently all the same. We walked back to her house, she looked deep in thought. When it was time to go our own ways she finally spoke, Peter, thanks, for coming when you did. I know I haven't really been the best friend but dash. Enough, I snapped, getting pissed at the pathetic apology she felt she had to give. It's fine, just get home safe. Remember, don't let him walk over you. Peter, I'm trying, apologize. I know I haven't really been spending much time with you in school and I feel bad. I'm sorry. I shrugged, it's fine, I don't mind. I walked away. MJ blinked. Peter. Night, Mary Jane. I wished her well before going inside my room and slamming the door behind me. I wonder if I was being hostile. Heck, I didn't even call her MJ. But it hurt, it fucking hurt, and fucking teenage hormones. The 2 weeks went by quickly for me, too quickly. I had training, the few times I snuck into the train yard for an impromptu workout, learning as much as I could and then making the Spider-Man costume. Colleen really began to push me the second week onwards. She realized I could probably become one of her most gifted students. She had me move to the second hour classes and always pushed me to learn more and fight harder. I never used my full strength, but I was beginning to see why the Hand trusted her to teach possible future recruits. School was dull, Whenever I had a lesson I found pointless, or if it was something I already knew, I took out a book to learn something else. I was passable in French now, I could probably hold up a conversation, so now I decided to pick up Spanish. I did read up on a lot of Reed's theories though, they were simply fascinating. They spoke of different dimensions and the ways to access them. I already knew this, considering I came from another world, but it was still amazing to see such scientific evidence for it. I knew I was never going to be as smart as Reed Richards. I can't build a teleporter in my garage with a few spare parts lying around. No, but what I can do is be a practical and sane mind. Scientific inventions wasn't the only form of genius. My personal training session in the training yard became more of a challenge than anything else. I wanted to push my body to the limits, see how far I could jump, how much I could carry, how flexible I was, how good my balance was. I was slowly improving myself, slowly, but surely. And thanks to my advanced regenerative powers I could recover from strenuous exercise the very next day. Talk about a cheat code. And then finally came my costume. I was similar to the classic costume, except instead of blue I used black. I had to stitch on the webs for the costume. I cut up parts of the black spandex suit to sew into the red portion and create the patterns needed. I used parts of the bottom half of the red suit, not in use, to make gloves and leg coverings with a sole pad sewed into the bottom. The suit was a two-piece, the top half mainly red with black bits worn into the sides and back. The bottom half was black with red shin-high red feet coverings. I had to work on the Mac a bit, make it less face-hugging, cutting out eye holes and putting in lens of an old pair of glasses. When I put the suit on and looked at myself in the mirror I gasped. In complete honesty, it was shit. It looked pathetic. Like a child drew it on a piece of napkin. The stitches were wrong, the measurements were horrible. I wasn't a master tailor. Overall it has been a waste of time. I threw the costume under a loose floorboard, a secret compartment where I stored sensitive items, like the rock containing the Hulk's blood. I honestly didn't know what I should have expected. I don't know how the original Peter would have made his costume, but I'm shit with a thread and needle. I can't make my own costume, so for now, I'll just keep working on my web shooters. Speaking of which, they were coming along great. I managed to fix up a bracelet-like bands to use as my new shooters. The shooters themselves were the important part. I made a knob on the top that could be used to adjust the web pressure, thereby giving me different types of webbing. The process of making them itself was difficult, no doubt about that, but it was worth it. It was the weekend again and I found myself traveling to the Shikara dojo by train. Usually I had the weekends off, but it seems Colleen had other ideas. She told me to be ready for a more practical training exercise, whatever that means. As I walked towards the now familiar building I noticed a few of my fellow students standing there waiting for something. I noticed one in particular, Marcus, a black kid that I remembered seeing in the Iron Fist TV show. One day he is going to join the hand, but for now, he's just a kid. Peter, over here, Marcus called out. Hey Marcus, I nodded. Hey all, the others simply nodded to acknowledge process. Does anyone know what this is all about? Sensei didn't tell you, asked girl named Agatha, who we called Iggy. I shrugged. She just said it's going to be an interactive training session. Okay, so basically here's the deal, we're going to basically mug her, Marcus explained. I blinked. Crazy person, say what now? The kids laughed as Marcus explained. Colleen was teaching them real-life skills, and apparently that included training kids to gang up and attack someone. They all thought it was just some basic stealth and teamwork building exercise, but I knew the truth, it was training for when became members of the hand. They were being trained to assassinate people. So where is Sensei? I asked. Sensei Wing is hiding, she's somewhere in the city. It's our job to find her and get the jump on her. Basically our job is to grab her blade and run away before she can catch us and get it back. We are supposed to find out way back here, and if we do that, we win. I could see it now. In the future the mission won't be hide and go seek, it would be locate and terminate. And the running back to base would be running to an extraction point. Truly the Hand were a sick group of people, smart, but sick. We waited for another hour for more people to show up before we split into groups. Usually it was up to you to find a group to travel with, but since I was still fairly new at this and inexperienced, I got to tag along with Marcus, a kid named Brandon, and Aggie. We four decided to check the surrounding areas for clues. Most of the other groups went in random directions, but Marcus decided to check her favorite hangout spots first. We ended up wasting an hour of our time. By point Colleen could have been in Harlem, downtown, or even Queens for all we know. But then I got an idea. I asked myself, how would Batman do it? How would he track the Joker? And I got an answer. I would think like him, so I did. I thought like Colin. What was her objective? To train her students. So that means she'll be close, maybe somewhere open and where a woman carrying a katana can be easily spotted. This would also remove chance for her students to hide and getting the jump on her. So a park, mostly likely Central Park. Not that far away from Chinatown, and she must have had so much free time she would have made it easily. But where in Central? Where can she hide and yet fight given enough time? Where can she fight without having people try and stop them because they didn't realize this was training? I opened my phone, pulled up a map. I searched and searched until I landed on the perfect spot. Guys, I got their attention. I think I know where she is. What? How? Aggie asked, surprised. I smiled, just a guess. It took some time, but I convinced them to follow me. I brought them to the park and we began looking around the southwest gate, the place with the least amount of people and wide open space. And in a few short minutes we found her standing by a fountain, eating ice cream. We held back, hiding behind the trees, watching her. She didn't look at us, she didn't know we were here. Alright, here's the plan, Aggie, you and Brandon distract her, Peter and I will sneak up and grab the blade. I'll run back to the dojo while the three you hold her off. Got that? Marcus ordered. No offense man, but that's a stupid ass plan, I snorted. What? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Was he trying to intimidate me? Really? Who the hell does he think he is? I'm Peter fucking Parker. It's too open, she chose this place for a reason, Mark, I pointed. A few people, not enough for us to hide behind. She'll spot them a mile away and us just as quick. What's your idea then? We wait for her to move, or make her move. Do something to distract her and the people around her to draw the attention away. And then we strike. Peter, no, that will never work. The moment we do that she'll be on us. Brando shook his head. We go with Mark's plan. Yeah, I'm with Mark on this, Aggie, I agreed. I glared, then good luck doing it without me. Peter, this supposed to be a team exercise. Marcus hissed, we need you with us. No, it's a stupid plan, Mark, and it will not work. Listen to me. We have to distract her first before anything else. No, Peter, we've been over this, the boy sighed. Fine, you want to come, you don't have to. Come on guys, we can do this ourselves. The other two nodded as they got into position. They looked so confident, so determined. I give them 5 minutes. 6 minutes later. Colleen chuckled as she walked away from the fountain with 3 of her students limping behind her. Did you really think you could have rushed me like that? Come on guys, think. We almost had you, Brandon grumbled. Almost isn't the same, Colleen smirked. You needed to be smart about this. You should have distracted me first, then tried to grab the sword. Teamwork is important guys, but so is forethought. Heh, funny, that's Peter said. Guess we should have listened, Marcus grumbled as he rubbed our shoulder. Wait, Peter was with you. Colleen asked surprised, where is he? Why didn't he fight? He called us ideas stupid and refused to join in. Aggie sighed, guess he was right. Wait, he said it was stupid. Colleen blinked as she walked under a bridge, following the road that led to the nearest exit. Maybe I should have a talk with him. Maybe, Marcus nodded. As they walked to the other side of the bridge though, Colleen saw the shadow of a person leap down. She stopped in surprise as I landed before her, stepping back in shock. I didn't let her recover. I grabbed the strap of the katana around Colleen's body with one hand and kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying back as I pulled the sword over her head. I looked at the other kids and winked. In this case, you three were the distraction. I turned, and ran. Marcus' face dropped. So cool. Colleen got up, her stomach hurt as she held in pain, but at the sight of me running away with her sword must have ticked her off. She got back on her feet, chased me, yelling, "Get back here." Marcus and the others began to run now as well, trying best to slow Colleen down, but our teacher wasn't to be underestimated. She threw off their attacks and continued chasing me. I turned around and grinned, now this is training. I ran out of the park and across traffic, not stopping for the signal. People yelled at me but I paid them no mind. I ran down an alleyway and saw a fire escape leading to the rooftop. Time to take this chase skyward. I jumped onto the first floor sky escape, just as Colleen and the others managed to catch running into the alley as well. They watched in awe as I ran up to the roof and began jumping from building to building. "Peter, get back here!" I heard her yell. "Make me!" I cried back. It took me an hour to get to Chinatown, a freaking hour. I landed on the roof of the building that owned the Shikara dojo and climbed down the side. I was panting now, guess even I had my limits. But 1 hour of constant running? Not half bad. I sat on the curb and waited. 10 minutes later Colleen reached with the others following right behind her. They were all drenched in sweat. I stood up and grinned holding up the sword. Guess that means I win. Colleen smiled. Okay, yeah, you win, just, let me catch my breath. She and the others collapsed on the building steps. "Peter," Marcus spoke between pants, "next time, we'll do it your way." I grinned, "Sweet." "You kick like a mule," Colleen groaned holding her stomach. "I swear it's like you kicked the lunch out of me." "Sorry," I winced, "I may have gone a bit overboard." "Yeah, just a bit." Eventually all the other students arrived as well. Colin told them my group and I had won, and we then went into detail about how we found her. "Honestly, it was Peter's idea," Brandon admitted, "we just followed him. He was also the one who jumped Sensei." AGI shrugged, "plus he did warn us that our first plan would fail." "So Peter, care to explain?" Colleen asked as the entire class looked at me. I shrugged. "I just wondered what you were trying to." I then went into detail how I came to the conclusions I did. Needless to say, the kids were all impressed. As a reward for winning, Colleen bought Coke for all of us. We sat on that curb and drank our cold drinks, chatting. I quickly found friends in Marcus, Aki, and Brandon. Guess that's one good thing this day gave. Seems making friends isn't that hard. It's just Peter's image at school was so fucking damaged, there's no hope for people to not start making assumptions about me. Marcus and I began to talk about chemistry. The kid was horrible at it. I offered to teach him and he couldn't thank me enough. It seems we both lived in Queens, only Muse lived in the poorer part of town. We took the train together back home and Marcus led me to his house. As we walked through his neighborhood I noticed it was in bad shape. Really bad shape. The place was dying, but I didn't say anything. Instead I listened as to Marcus explain just what he was struggling with. But just then, "Get that boy, homie," and then a gunshot. "Get back," Marcus ordered as he grabbed by the hand and pulled me into an alleyway. "What's going on?" I asked. Marcus just shushed me and pointed at the meat. And then I saw them. 5 thugs dressed in green, guns waving about as they chased another man down the street. They laughed and cheered as they shoot at the man, none of the bullets meaning to kill, rather just to scare. What the hell is going on? I ask, seeing the thugs run across alleyway, Marcus and I crouching behind trash cans like rats. That's the GST, the grass-stained thugs, Marcus explained. They run the streets around here, they terrorize everyone. The cops can't do anything them, hell, half the kids in my school are addicted to dope because of these guys. And the police can't do anything about them. I asked. Hell no, Marcus shook his head, they basically run this place. I narrowed my eyes, guess I just found my first case. All I need now is my costume and gear. Soon the coast was clear and Marcus quickly took me to his home. It was a small apartment in a large complex, dirty and old, but I honestly didn't care. We spent the rest of the day over a chemistry book as I did my best to teach him what new. And during the short study breaks I pumped him for questions about the GST. They operated out of a strip club, because of course they did, dealt with cocaine, money lending, racketeering and even gang-on-gang violence. Needless to say, I have my work cut out for me. I went back home that day and began research into the club. Peter didn't really have a mind of hacker, but he did know his way around computer. That reminds me, I should probably try and learn how to hack, seems like an important thing to know about. The leader of the GST was a guy named Razor, a tall, mean-looking motherfucker. He was the main suspect for 4 murders the past year alone and is known to be ruthless. He does have one weakness I can see through: women. Lots and lots of women. Man was a whore. I needed to bring down this gang, too many people are getting hurt because of them. To destroy a gang I need to destroy their credit, meaning public embarrassment. Just beating the shit of people wouldn't be enough, I would need to make sure they can never reform again. I spent the rest of the weekend working on my web shooters and ideas for a new costume. I honestly did not want to wear spandex, it was a horrible idea. I may look good in it, but it was so uncomfortable. I didn't like the way it clung to my skin, nasty. On Monday, after my class with Colleen, I came back home at around 7. I finished whatever work I had and pretended to go to bed. At around 11 in the night though, after making sure May and Ben were asleep, I snuck out wearing dark clothes and a ski mask. I had my new web shooters strapped on and ready for a test drive. Tonight I begin my research. I went to the bad part of Queens, Marcus' place was just a few blocks away. I found myself on the roof of the GST strip club. I found an air duct and crawled in, shimming my way through the small space. It wasn't anything like the movies made it out to be. It was dirty and smelly. I was really glad I wasn't wearing white. The loud music from the club downstairs were painful to hear, and so were the strippers' names. Honestly, diamond in the rough. Who came up with these names? 8-year-old boys? However, I did manage to find my way into the more quiet part of the club, the rooms without windows in the heart of the building. I peered through the vents. I could see people stripped bare to their underwear packing in what looked like small bags of cocaine. Guards surrounded them with submachine guns. Looks like they did their drug distribution here as well. I kept crawling and sure enough I came upon a room where a couple of thugs in green sat around smoking weed with a tall man sitting on the couch with a gun on his lap. Razor, I realized, and I listened. Man, day by day Cottonmouth's getting pushy, Razor snorted. I mean, what the fuck does he and his cousin think they're doing? Fucking rebuilding Harlem. Fuck that man. Yeah, you said it, Razor, those two are fucking crazy, man, said Lakey number 1. Hey, did you guys know I was there when that big green guy showed up and wrecked the place? Lakey number 2 asked. The Hulk? You serious, man? You were there? Razor looked surprised. Yeah, man, him and this other dude, gray-looking guy. They like brought down a military chopper, man. And then they began tearing up each other. Don't forget that rope, kid man, Lakey number 3 yelled out. Oh yeah, sorry man, I almost forgot. Suddenly this little dude like shows up and saved everyone man. He took out the big guy in like 5 seconds. He choked him. Whoa, Razor whistled, damn, wish we had guys like that. Yeah, he used this rope, like sticky string to choke him man. And then he like stood over his body and laughed. It was fucking psycho man. I rolled my eyes, I so don't do a psycho laugh, well, I don't usually do it out loud. Maybe in the privacy of own head. Alright, enough of this shit, Razor grumbled getting up, that fucking Mexican expects the drugs tonight. We need to pack up the shit and move. You guys ready yet? Almost boss, maybe just a few more minutes, Lakey number 1 replied. Great, show me, Razor spoke as he and the others left the room, switching off the light. I quickly shimmied in reverse and followed him into the drug packaging room. Razor yelled a lot and got his people moving. The moment the last box was packed they all moved downstairs and I needed to get out well. I climbed out onto the roof, sighing into the cool night air. I ran to the roof edge and found a large van parked in the back. Razor and his crew put the drugs in there and got on. They even took off into the night and I knew I had to follow. I took a running start and leaped off into the air. I clicked the shelters and shoot a webney across the street, swinging across the road. The wind howled at my ears, it suddenly became too cold for me. I didn't understand how Peter managed to swing in the cold night wearing nothing but spandex. Maybe thermal underwear? I followed the van via rooftops to the harbor. They stopped before a warehouse, number 153, and waited for the doors to open. The moment it did they drove in, and I snuck in by opening the skylight and crawling along the wall, sticking to shadows. I saw a Mexican man in a nice suit waiting for them. A suitcase by his side and guards around him. Razor got out of the van, men loading out the drugs. It's here. I'm sure, the Mexican spoke with a hint of an accent. He handed Razor the case, your payment. Razor opened it and examined the money, alright, we good. The kingpin would like to extend his gratitude, it was very hard to get the medicine we needed into the city, what with the army crawling all over Manhattan. I gasped softly, the kingpin? Already? The first crime group I follow and land up in the middle of one of Kingpin's deals. Fuck me. I took out the camera and began to film the scene before me. If I ever fight the Kingpin, this will be great evidence to put him away. And if a certain blind lawyer is willing to help me, then all the better. Keep giving me cash and I'm a happy fish, amigo, Razor grinned, anything else? The next shipment. Same time, Razor shrugged, oh, and I want double. The man sighed, Mr. Razor, we are already paying you 3 times what this stuff is worth. Take it, or leave it, Razor spat. Or else I'll sell to someone else, Razor smirked, I heard Cottonmouth got his hand on some dough, maybe he could help me out. The man in the suit sighed, I really wished you hadn't said that, very well. The snapped his fingers. Suddenly his men aimed their guns at Razor and in seconds tore him into pieces. I had sure to keep my fingers steady to not shake the video, though I was shocked to my system. They killed him. Just like that? The GST gang member couldn't do a thing. Before even one of them could drop the CE of drugs they carrying and draw their weapon, Razor was dead and the steaming nozzles were pointed at them. Next time, don't be so greedy, the man spat on Razor's corpse. He turned to the people staring at him, how's in charge now? Lakey number 3 stepped up, he gulped, I expect the shipment to be delivered at the time next week. Any mistakes and, well, you already know, he walked away with the drugs leaving behind the money and the corpse. GST and I got out of that warehouse as quickly as we could. And while they ran away I sat on warehouse rooftop stunned in school. I watched the video I captured as it played over again. They killed a man, in cold blood they killed a man. I pulled up my mask and puked. I couldn't handle the sight of blood, and a dead body. That was a first for me. But now the question was this, what to do with the video? Keep it? Destroy it? Would it even do any good? Could even be useful? I don't know, but I knew one thing, this world I was trying to challenge was a ruthless one, and one misstep, one mistake, and everyone I love could be dead. I went back home as fast as I could. Not really sure what to do. But as I snuck around in the trees trying to get home, I noticed Harry talking to Mary Jane in the side of her home. Her window was open, guess she snuck down to meet him. I don't understand, Harry growled, why won't you be with me? Mary Jane looked hurt. I told you, Harry, I just don't like you that way. What do you mean? I am not rich enough? Or fucking handsome enough for you? It's that Harry, I just dash. Is it Peter? He snapped. Mary Jane paused. Hell, I paused, my brain stopped working. Does not compute. Oh my god, it is, isn't it? You like him, Harry spoke in a quiet voice, you actually like him more than me. Harry, now, Peter and I just friends, and I realize how poorly I've been treating him. I feel bad. But I'm not in love with him. So you feel sad for him? MJ nodded, yeah. Okay, and you're back to being a bitch. I rolled my eyes. Sad for me, who the hell is she to feel sad for me? So then you just don't love me? Is that what you saying? Yes, I'm sorry, Harry. Whatever, you fucking bitch, he cursed as he walked away, got in his car and took off. I hoped he didn't crash it somewhere, it would almost be a tragedy, almost. I looked at MJ, she sniffled, she was crying. She leaned back on her fence and cried. I knew I should probably leave, and never look back. But it wouldn't be fair. I sneaked around the corner and dropped down. I removed the sky mask, gloves, and web shooters, putting them all in my pocket. I took a deep breath and walked towards her. Hey peepers, why the tears? I asked in a quiet voice. MJ's head shot up. Peter, she wiped her tears and got up. How much of that did you hear? I shrugged. I don't know what you're talking about. Peter dash. I'm serious. I saw Harry's car driving away like there was no tomorrow. I'm guessing everything isn't alright in paradise. For God's sake, I don't like Harry Osborn. He and I aren't together. I smiled. You know, if you told him that the same way you told me, he might actually stop pestering you about it. MJ was quiet. She sighed. I am sorry I got mad at you. It's fine, a temper is to be expected, after all you are a redhead. I chuckled at her glare. Oh, lighten up peepers, it's not the end of the world. So one guy called you a bitch, big deal. If I was worried about all the things people called me, I won't be able to get out of bed the morning. It's not that, it's just that I don't know if it's my fault. She sighed. Harry's a great guy, smart, funny dash. Rich, I added. MJ glared. I'm not shallow, Peter, I shrugged. But I don't think I like him that way. I don't think I like anyone that way. I just wanna live my life, you know, it's not like I need a boyfriend to survive. So? Tell him that, and the next guy after that, and next guy after that. Until you're ready to start something new, I shrugged. Yeah, you're right, MJ nodded, thanks Pete. Don't mention it. I walked away waving at her. Sweet dreams, Mary Jane. Wait Peter, I'm sorry. I turned around. For what? You were my first friend here, and I'm sorry I haven't been better to you. Like I said, Mary Jane, it's fine. I'm used to it. With a shrug I turned and left. Good night then, she whispered. I turned the corner and quickly climbed into the trees again. I watched her climb back into her window and tuck herself into bed. Guess my work here was done. I took a shower and washed my clothes, Don't want Aunt May asking questions on how I got my stuff so dirty. As I went to bed that night I stayed up wondering just what I'm supposed to go now. The kingpin wanted GST running so that they could get him his drugs. The GST hated his guts and wanted free. A gang war will cost people's lives? How do I defuse such a situation? Oh, and another thing, just what the hell is going on with my love life? Fuck it man, I fucking hate being a teenager again. I suppose it makes sense, just because we got along, held hands and went on one date didn't mean she liked me. It just meant she could bear me, nothing else. Fuck it, I'm tired being angry with that girl, I'm going to bed. The next day was school as usual, though I did notice a few things had changed. As I walked into the school corridor I began to notice more people looking at me. Staring at me. I met their gaze until they looked away, something was different. I went to my locker to grab first period's books, when suddenly my spider senses flared up. I could feel a ball coming towards me, I ducked immediately causing the ball to bounce off my locker door harmlessly. I turned around and saw Flash and Harry staring at me in surprise. It looked like Flash had been the one to throw the ball. I looked surprised as slowly the hall began to quieten, looking at me and Flash. What the hell was that? I growled. It slipped Parker, Flash shrugged in an unconcerned way. Slipped? Slipped. If you're that bad at holding the ball maybe you should just quit the team Flash, I spat walking away. What did you say to me? Get back here Parker. Flash roared as he tried to follow. Don't bother Flash, it's not worth it, Harry stopped him with one hand, you know he won't actually do anything. All bite, no bark. As I sat through first period English I noticed people giving me weird looks. Even Mary Jane looked like she was trying to gain my attention but stopped herself before she could. I just didn't understand what going on. If I was already swinging around in red and blue tights I would be paranoid into thinking somehow they all found out I was Spider-Man, but since that wasn't the case I just couldn't figure it out. Guess that's the problem with not having a social life. By lunchtime the stares were really getting to me. I ended up sneaking into my little haven, the chemistry lab, but there once again I found I wasn't alone. A heavy kid named Reggie was there too. He and I shared a lot of similarities, apart from our body size, he was smart and quiet. He did have friends though, his fellow nerds, but he did like his own quiet space from time to time. Hey Peter, Reggie wished me. Hey Reggie, I greeted him back. We sat on opposite ends of the classroom each doing our own things. But soon the mystery of what was going on was starting to bug me. So I had no choice but to disturb the quiet kid's solitude. Hey Reggie, do you think you can help me out here? He blinked, sure Peter, what's the problem? Well, have you noticed people have been staring at me lately? I mean, it's noticeable right? I'm not just going crazy. Reggie nodded, oh that? Yeah, they're staring you for sure. It's because they think you and that new girl, Mary Jane? They think you're an item now. I blinked, fat boy say what? Harry was telling everyone how MJ turned him down for you, and how you turned her down because... Reggie paused, because you don't date stupid people. What? Why would they even think that? Reggie shrugged, well, that's the impression you give off. You don't talk to anyone, you answer every question on the board and then some. You give the teachers a run for their money and you're probably the smartest person they will ever meet. So yeah, they don't like you. What? Are you fucking serious? Holy shit man, all this time I thought it was because... I blinked, it made sense. If I went to school with a kid as smart as Peter Parker I would be careful around him too. And if it was a child like Bruce Wayne? I wouldn't even walk in the same corridor as him. I thanked Reggie for his input, and I walked out of the chemistry lab, my head spinning. Honestly it was weird, people kept staring and now that I knew why I found it strange. I did my best to ignore it, but, hell, this is weird, man. And just then who would happen to walk up to me by the cause of all this? The peeper herself. "Peter, we need to talk," she spoke, Liz Allen following behind her, glaring a hole into my head. "Ah, sure, what about?" I asked. "It's Harry, he's told everyone that we are going out," she admitted, looking sorry. I pretended to be shocked. "What? Really? Oh, I'm so sorry, Mary Jane, I didn't expect he would do something like that." "Yeah, so look, wait, are you making fun of me?" I grinned. "Yup. This isn't the time for jokes, Parker," Liz snapped. "Harry's actually trying to get people to make you miserable." I shrugged. "Yeah, and what's the worst he can do? Have the entire football team beat the shit out of you? I have amazing stamina, I'll just run away." I shrugged. I turned to the nervous-looking MJ and sighed, "Honestly, it's fine, MJ, I'll be fine." "I'm sorry, Pete, I swear I'll try and get him to back down, but I'm sorry." Yeah, it's fine," I shrugged and walked away. Liz looked a little pissed at the casual dismissal but didn't say anything, simply grabbing MJ and walked away. I honestly didn't know what the big deal is. So the rich boy got anger issues, big fucking deal. Unless he's got a glider, a goblin mask and jacked up on goblin formula, he isn't even on my radar. What I was interested in though was bringing down the GST, and the where more important than some stupid school drama. As I opened my locker to put my books away, my spider sense went off. I jumped to side as foam exploded from my locker. I looked inside and found my locker covered with foam. "Damn, Parker, guess you lucked out on that one, huh?" I turned to see Harry scowling at me. "Yeah, I guess, I don't suppose you saw who did this?" "No, sorry man. Can't say that I did." "Of course you didn't." I glared at him, slamming my locker shut. I walked away growing, okay, so maybe I should take this a little more seriously. Chapter 4, The Spider's Bite. "Open those fucking crates and unload them. We need these ready by tomorrow." I snapped picture after pictures, more than enough to serve as evidence, I hope. I couldn't personally get involved with the Kingpin's business, but if these guys lost their shit because the cops were tipped off about them from an anonymous source, then that was good enough for me. I looked down from the rafters safely hidden in the shadows. I took pictures with my camera of the people down there and the crates. It was Sunday night. Tomorrow was when the new leader of the GST, Bubbles, was to meet Kingpin's men to deliver the drugs. I had been following them all week, finding any all and weakness they had snooping inside that strip club for so long I knew all the songs by heart. And then, I found it. This warehouse. It was the place where they brought in their drugs and how they transported it into their buildings to then be further cut down and sold on the streets. I have been casing this place for 3 days, and finally I had them. I wasn't a glory hog, I worked better in the shadows where people didn't expect me. I wasn't fully prepared to take on the world just yet, I needed time. So until then the only way I'm going to be helping people is by being a spy and a nosy teenager. It took them an hour before everything was complete. Most of them left after that, posting guards outside the building to keep it safe, with the inside practically empty, etc. One guy with a flashlight. Arrogant sons of bitches. I crawled along the wall towards the main office that overlooked the entire warehouse. I dropped down before the door and reached into my pant pocket, grabbing the locking picking kit I put together. Yeah, that's right, I know how to pick locks, jealous. I opened the door easily with a quickly twist and walked into, closing the door behind me and locking it. I looked around the office, it was bare, nothing but files upon files of paper. I looked through the folders, all of them, I was looking for something specific. Last time I was here I saw Bubbles writing down records of the money GST was making off of Kingpin, meaning the idiot had a paper trail. All I needed to do was find it. I looked around the place but couldn't find the book. Wait, what am I thinking? It's probably hidden somewhere. Alright, if I was a super important book, where'd I be? I looked everywhere, behind paintings, inside locked cabinets, and even underneath the table. I was just about to give up when I heard a groan. The floorboard felt like it was going to snap under my weight. Bingo! I pried open the floorboard and found a safe underneath. It was a dial knob lock, the kind I had in school. And luckily for me, Peter had to find ways to unlock his locker whenever Flash or someone else broke in and changed the combination to make life difficult. I put my ear on the safe and listened. With gentle prodding, I slowly unlocked it piece by piece until... clink. I grinned. Bingo. I opened it, and lo and behold, there was the book. I checked the safe for booby traps just to be safe, and wouldn't you know it, there was tripwire attached to its back. I managed to prod it out without engaging the all-reams, locked the safe and put the board back. I took out the book and looked it over, pages upon pages of information regarding shipments and tracking money payments. I had them by the balls. I couldn't take photos of the pages, no, sadly people would notice. I needed to take the book and scram, I had to make my move, now. Luckily, I had planned for that. I managed to sneak out of the warehouse and into the open air. I swung away with the book tucked into the trim of my pants. Once I was safely away, I took out a burner phone I bought today morning and dialed in a number I had memorized. It took me a long time to find this number, I had to break into a police precinct to do so. When I first began my search into GST, I had nothing. I figured if anyone would know anything about these guys, it would be the police. I looked into their files, and surprising, they had a very detailed case. There were so many arrests made, so many injunctions carried out, but in the end it was all for nothing. Either the judge let them off, the DA handling the case sucked, or the evidence was lucky. I took note of this, and vowed when I took them down, they would stay down. But then I also noticed another thing, a name kept popping up, Detective Gregory Barnes, 40, married with 2 kids, and a straight-ace cop. He had been on GST's case since day one, when one of their shootouts almost killed Detective Barnes' son. I got his number from the file and knew he was the man who I needed to deal with. The phone rang twice. The third ring he picked up. Hello. Detective Barnes? I asked in a scared voice. Yes, who this? I am part of GST, I want to talk to you. And why does a gang member want to talk to me? Because these people are crazy, man, trying my best to sound scared, they are killing people left and right. I didn't sign up for this. Okay, calm down, where are you right now? What's your name? My name is, no, I ain't telling you that, man. I have a kid to feed. If they even know I said anything, they'll kill me. Kid, I'm on your side, you want to stop them? You want to get away from them? I can make that happen. Just tell me where you are and your name, and I'll come personally to pick you up. The man was good, I'll give him that. He would make an excellent negotiator. I sighed, no man, it's too late for me. But I ain't going without bringing these motherfuckers down too. They have a warehouse by the Manhattan Pier, number 827, blue with a yellow top. They store their entire stash in there, and right now we have a month's supply of drugs just waiting there. There are like 4 guys in there, the guns, you can take them all out tonight. I need more, kid, names, clients, anything that will help in court. Man, this guy's greedy, maybe I should cut this short, Bubbles running things now, he's the boss. He's going to meet some hotshot client and, I paused for dramatic effect, shit, they found me. I have to go, remember, Manhattan Pier, 827, bring the whole fucking unit on these fuckers, man. And for God's sake, don't use a fucking siren. I hung up on him and jumped off the roof, swinging away into the city. The detective will first have to get a judge to sign a warrant to search the premises. It would take some time, especially this late into the night. But I know for a fact that Barnes was determined. The chance to put his child's assaulters was too good to pass up. He would be here in an hour with SWAT. Now, to find a lawyer. And I just happened to know one that was the most honest and upstanding man in the entire Marvel universe. I swung my way to Hell's Kitchen. Looks like the devil is going to get a visit from the spider. I found Matt's law firm address on the net. One night I followed him home and memorized the building. I snuck down the fire escape and opened the window with my lockpicks. I stepped in and shut the window behind me. "Hello? Is someone there?" I heard his voice coming from the bedroom. It sounded so innocent. But I knew that right this second he was thinking up ways to beat the living shit out of me. "Matt," I wished, doing my best to muffle my voice, "we need to talk." Matt walked into the living room, his cane guiding the way, his eyes starting at the spot over my head. He was blind, but I could see the way his ears twitched. He was ready for a fight. "Please, if this a mugging, please don't hurt me. I can't even protect myself, see I blind," he said with a disarming smile. "Please, just take what you want and leave." I smirked. "You're not blind, Matt Murdock." Matt paused. "What? Of course I am, see, I dash." "No, you're not. You can see, it's just to you it seems like the whole world's on fire." His facade of the helpless innocent blonde man dropped. He threw his cane forward and charged me. "I'm not here to fight." I knocked the cane away and jumped over his tackle and landed on the other side of the room. "I just want to talk." "You break into my house and just want to talk?" Matt swung his fists at me with such precious and grace I could barely avoid them. It was only my superior reflexes and minor training that let me survive as far as I did. "I need a lawyer, Matt, and you're the man I need." I ducked under a kick, grabbed his leg and threw him into his couch. "So sit down and listen." Matt jumped back up, knocked me on my back and grabbed my neck. "Give me one reason why," he growled, raising a fist into air. "I can help you get rid of the GST for good," I coughed. "And why should I care about a street gang?" I coughed. "They supply drugs to the kingpin, he can't get it from anyone else." I felt his grip loosening the moment I mentioned the kingpin's name. "If you can bring them all down to court, you'll cut off the kingpin's entire supply for half a year." Matt looked up, he got off me and stepped back. "How did you know about my sight?" "I read your medical records," I lied. "I know your other senses became more advanced when you lost your sight. I theorized that you used sonar to visualize the world. Some scientist tried to map out the human body using the day-to-day sound people hear, and the results made it look like the man's body was on fire. I just put two and two together." Matt was quiet. I sat down on his couch and took off his glasses. "You're smart, kid." "Thanks," I nodded, getting back up. "And also a very good liar." "I didn't lie, I lied." "Maybe," he hummed, "I can hear your heartbeat, you know. It's racing right now. I don't know if it's adrenaline or because you're lying. But I don't believe you." "I don't care." I took out the ledger and presented it to Matt. "This is a ledger containing every single transaction the GST has done. Every crate, every dollar. Soon you'll hear that Detective Barnes just busted a warehouse filled with drugs that belongs to GST. Use this evidence I gave you and get yourself on the trial. You can strike a blow for the kingpin's wallet while at the same time make a name for your law firm." Matt took the book and looked at it. "What? No Braille version?" I smirked. "Foggy snot blind is he?" Matt put the ledger to the side and looked up at me. "How did you get this?" "I stole it." "Where?" "From the warehouse." "How did you find out about the warehouse?" "I spent nearly a week stuck in vents and side alleys spying on Bubbles. Razor died last week, so Bubbles had to show the crew he's boss, meaning he had to visit all their houses. I wasn't lucky, he didn't go to the warehouse until he toured half of Queens. Do you know those safe houses?" "Yeah, I even took pictures of the buildings and all the illegal activities inside the place. I emailed it to your law firm's account. My handle is GS_Thelper. Matt was quiet. He was listening to my heartbeat, trying to memorize it so that when he saw me face to face he would know it was me. If he saw me again, that is. Why are you doing this? Matt finally asked. Because GST is running the streets. They need to be taken out. But why you? Why not me? I'm serious. So am I. You would risk your life, the safety of your family and loved ones, because you wanted to play hero. It may not matter to a blind man, but I am wearing a mask, you know. I smirked. I'm serious, kid. Why? And I'm serious too, why not? People are dying out on the streets, and if I can make a difference, why can't I? Why shouldn't I try to help them? Are only heroes and cops allowed to help? There are adults you are trained to dash. Sorry, Matt, but from where I'm standing, adults haven't done shit. Every time GST is brought to court, either the dismissed it, the judge's locks, or the evidence is not enough. I paused before continuing. I called Detective Barnes tonight, posed as a gangbanger caving in. I told him where to find the warehouse. I suggest you call Foggy up and the two of you go down to the 42nd precinct with the evidence I gave you. Tell them I sent you, well, I mean an anonymous source did. And in return, put them into the ground and make sure they stay there. I gave you enough and more evidence. The police on case is determined and on your side. The only that's against you in the judge, but I doubt any judge in New York would risk their careers to throw down such a solid case. Matt looked at me, and I don't know what he's thinking, but I knew he was at least considering my offer. He sighed. Fine, are you ever going to tell me your name? I walked out the window and pulled it open. I'm Spider-Man. I'll see you around, Matt. I leapt into the air. No. Matt yelled, running to the window just as I shoot my web line and swung away. He heard my cheers of joy as I swung through the air and gasped, this city gets weirder and weirder every day. The next day I turned on TV and waited. May called me to eat breakfast, but I put it off. I waited, and then. Breaking news, the anchor lady spoke. Last night police were able to bust a major drug operation in New York. The Grass-Stained Thugs, or GST, were a local gang the eastern parts of Queens. They were known to cause public disturbances, riots and even gang-on-gang violence. However, it had now come to light that the GST were also long suspected to drug peddling, though police couldn't prove it until now. Detective Barron, the officer in charge for the raid on GST's drug operation, claims he got the information from a tip he received last night from an ex-gang member. He issued a request for a warrant immediately and soon brought the criminal into justice. In total, over 1,000 pounds of drugs were found along with weaponry of various kinds. The case, however, doesn't stop there. Last night Matt Murdock from Nelson and Murdock brought evidence concerning the case to light. He claims to have gotten this information from the same ex-gang member who tipped of Detective Barron. Murdock and his associate Nelson have been selected by the state to head up prosecution. Stay tuned for an hour-to-hour update on this case. I switched off the TV and smiled. Take that, bitches. Score 1 for Spider-Man. I brought down a drug ring, made Matt Murdock my buddy, and I don't even have a costume. Who's the man? I'm the man. My good cheer got me through the day. Not even Flash and Harry's constant glares and taunts could get me down. I was king of the world, damn it. Heck, even MJ noticed something was strange. It was English period when she tapped me on my shoulder. I turned around and saw MJ and Liz looking at me in concern. Peter, are you alright? MJ asked. I blinked. Yeah, never better. Why? What's up? Nothing, you just. She paused, unsure what to say. You're acting weirder than usual, Liz stated. I grinned. My buddy Marcus lives in the bad part of town. He get into trouble with a local gang there. I heard today that they all got busted last night. So I'm like so glad and stuff, I finished with a grin. Ha, I see, the two girls looked at each other and shrugged. Alright class, settle down, the teacher walked in. Now then, where were we? Oh yes, Oedipus Rex. Can anyone tell me what we have learned so far? Anyone? No one. Meet his gaze. Fine, how about Harry? Harry blinked. Me? Yes, you. Can you tell us what happened last to Oedipus Rex? Well, he's like a king. And, he's married to his mom. Yes, very good. Anything else? What about the prophecy made when he was born? Oh, yeah, it said he would like kill his dad and marry his mom. Good, and what did his parents do when they heard this? They I don't know ma'am. I rolled my eyes. Of course you only remembered the part when he fucked his mom. What was that, Mr. Parker? The English teacher asked. Nothing, I replied. Harry however didn't think so. I could feel his glares aimed at me, but I really couldn't care less. After school ended that day I decided to take the bus home. But I didn't make it past the parking lot. Suddenly someone grabbed me by the neck and pulled me. Obviously the only reason they could even touch me was because I let them. I was honestly curious what Harry was going to do. Flash threw me up against the school wall as he and his little gang surrounded me with Harry in the center. There are two other goons, both football players, each looked ready to tear me apart, but Harry held them back. Think you're smart, don't you, Parker? Harry hissed. I shrugged. You have seen my IQ scores, right? Harry growled. Bet you thought it was fun to embarrass me in front of that slut. Now that's pushing it, don't call her that. Harry smirked. What's wrong, Parker? Finally understand what kind of bitch she is. The fucking tease. Osborne, I'm warning you, stop it, or I'll make you, I growled. You know she's a fucking tease, he spat. Did you know I had my tongue down her throat in a week? Fucking bitch is practically giving it away like cookies. But guess that's the only way you're ever going to get laid. I meet his eyes, that arrogant smirk. I wanted to wipe it off his fucking face. But I knew that if I made one move against him he would go crying to daddy, and the last thing I need is Norman Osborn after me. So I did the only thing I could do, I walked away. You ain't going nowhere, I pushed Flash out of the way, knocking him on his ass. Fucking losers, I hissed as I left them blinking. Harry growled, get him. I sighed, guess it was time to run. I took off like a lightning bolt. They chased me out of the school and into the streets. Luckily, though they weren't smart, I managed to lose them in 5 minutes. I made my way to Shikara Dojo. I entered the place and got ready for the class. I spotted Marcus with a few other people in one corner chatting about something. Hey Marcus! I called out. I heard about the GST getting busted, man. The boy smiled. Yeah Peter, it's great. We all talked about whether or not this time they would actually face any jail time. I was obviously optimistic, but the other kids were less thrilled. After class that day I went home with Marcus. He was having trouble with his chemistry assignment and I decided to help. But as we walked to him home I felt my spider sense go off. Get down. I grabbed Marcus and tackled him into the ground. Just then a car drove by with its riders spraying bullets into the sidewalk, missing up by inches. You got lucky, brats. Spread the word. GST forever, bitches, they yelled as the car speed off into down the road. What the fuck was that? I cursed as I pulled Marcus up. How are they still not in jail? We need to get out of here, Pete, come on. Marcus rushed me into his house and locked the door behind us. We still for 10 minutes, praying they didn't follow us. Scared out of our minds before finally I asked Marcus what was happening. The cops didn't get everyone, Marcus admitted. They got the big timers, true, but the little guys. The ones that didn't have their names as part of the drug ring? Well, they got off scot-free. I didn't think they would start so soon though. I figured they would keep quiet and just, oh my god, I need to warn my friends to stay off the streets. I groaned, this wasn't right, they shouldn't be out, they should be scared. I didn't account for this, I didn't account for people to act like morons, doing stupid things. Which is stupid of me, humans have always acted irrationally. I needed to stop them, they were doing this because of my actions. They were my responsibility. I told Marcus I needed to go home, I sounded scared and afraid to convince him. He offered to let me stay in his place for the night, the streets were too dangerous, but I insisted, I needed to do this. I went home and snuck into the basement without May and Ben knowing. I grabbed my web shooters and changed into a black pair of tights, thin sneakers, a black muscle shirt and red gloves. I grabbed the mask from the first costume I designed, the stitches weren't half bad, the spider web design was alright. This would need to become a symbol, even though I wasn't fully prepared, I needed to out myself to the public. I snuck out of my home and swung my way back to Marcus's neighborhood. I swung around the neighborhood for a while, looking at the people there. The stores were empty, the people could feel danger in the air. I needed to find them, I needed to stop them. Suddenly I heard it, the screech of music blaring on speakers. A party? Now. No. GST. I swung towards the noise, the streets were trashed in these parts, complete destroyed and covered in garbage. Even the stores looked destroyed. I landed on a rooftop and looked down at the park across the street. They were having a block party. I saw drums burning, lighting up the party with flames. I saw gang members with a gun in one hand and drinks in another. I saw couples dry humping each other to the corners, and in the middle of it all was a man sitting on a bench surrounded by people and women, drinking from a keg. I narrowed my eyes, I couldn't surprise them by swinging into battle. No, I can't do that. The tree would provide cover for me inside the park, but not when approaching it. I would have to go in by foot. And the guns were also a problem, too many guns, too much liquor. I wasn't looking to kill people, just detain them, I would need to be quiet about this, like a ninja, like Batman. I got onto street level and looked for a way to sneak into the park. There were guards at the entrance, maybe I paused, I looked at the rec store I was standing next to. A grocery store, and by the looks of it, it was just recently destroyed. I went inside and found nearly all the food and drinks gone. Guess they must have sacked this place for their party supplies. I went into the hardware aisle, small thing, but they did have the basics, spray paint, different tools, glue and even a nail gun. I knew what I had to do. I needed to distract them, and these would be perfect. I grabbed a school bag from 2 aisles down and threw in everything I knew I could use. I even grabbed a couple of knives from the kitchen section. When I was done, I slapped 100 on the counter and left. I'm not a thief. I made my way to the park, but I stopped once more. It was a destroyed leather goods store. Small thing, it looked like it could barely afford to stay open. They ransacked the cash register and all the leather jacket racks, but on the ground hidden behind glass shards and wooden chips was a bright red jacket. I picked it up and dusted it off. It was around my size, I tried it on, the jacket didn't restrict my movements, it was actually comfortable to use. Maybe, yeah, this could work. I put the jacket on the ground and grabbed a black paint spray can from my bag. I then sprayed in a very crude spider logo. It was big, the legs on top reached the shoulder while the ones on the bottom were stretched to the bottom of the jacket. It actually reminded me of the Spider-Man logo Andrew Garfield used. I smirked, it was perfect. I sized the jacket up, it felt perfect, like it was meant to be. I turned to the park and smirked, showtime. I snuck in from the side, the guards didn't even notice me. I jumped into a tree and slowly made my way towards the party. I looked around, made my plan, tried to think of everything that could go wrong, and thought of way to prevent it. And then, I moved. They didn't see it coming. It was dark, late into the night. Their only source of light was the burning barrels. I took out 4 spray cans and aimed, throwing each one into the various barrels of fire. Here's a lesson for you, spray can plus fire equals boom. They heard it hiss, they wondered if it was a gas leak or something. And suddenly, the barrels of fire exploded outwards, knocking back those near it. I made sure no one was hurt, only 2 ever even thrown back, one of who was knocked unconscious. What the hell was that? The new leader yelled. The park was now dark, no light, perfect. Everyone, get some light. Matches. Lighter. Anything. Slowly small flames light up into the night, displaying my targets. Perfect. I snuck over to the closest one. I stood on the tree nearest to them, shot out a web line and pulled. Arg, he screamed. I grabbed him by the neck, slammed him onto the branch and tied him up with webbing, keeping him in place. I jumped away just as the others gathered to his screams. What the fuck was that? Where's Tyrone? Someone yelled. I didn't bother noticing how. I moved to my next target. One by one each source of light was taken out. I grabbed them, tied them to the tree and jumped away. People were getting scared. The leader was smart, he ordered them all to form a circle in the center and look out for anything moving in the dark and waste it. I didn't bother with them, not yet. A few really smart ones tried to get away, I grabbed them before they could leave and tied them up against the trunks of the trees. They didn't see me move. And now, I dealt with the remaining rats huddled together. They were scared, I could see it, practically smell it. They had guns pointing outwards, time to get of that. I pulled out a hammer and threw it with all my might, it hit a guy in the head and knocked him out. There, someone yelled and be firing at a tree 10 feet away from me. I smiled, not bad for a bunch of idiots. Keep looking, the leader warned. I chuckled, damn these people are scared. I grabbed the remaining spray can I held, stabbed it with a knife and threw it at the group. It landed in the center and began to spray a cloud of black paint over them. They didn't notice it until the smell and smoke covered them all. They choked and coughed as they moved away, turning inwards. I moved. I got down and charged 2 guys, grabbing them and leaping into the middle of the black smoke. What was that? I saw something move. They got someone. And suddenly a web line shot out and grabbed a man by the chest and pulled him in. They yelled in panic as more and more people were pulled into the black smoke, never to return. The few who tried to fire their guns got hurt, that sticky white stuff came in and closed their guns' nozzle, causing their bullets to backfire and their guns to explode in their hands, knocking them out as well. What the fuck is going on? The leader yelled, only he and 2 other men remained. I'll be honest, I expected better, a voice from the black smoke called out. Slowly the smoke disappeared, revealing a figure dressed in black with a red mask and jacket. I looked at them and smirked. Boo. Ah, the leader got an itchy finger and fired at me. My spider sense warned me before it even happened and I jumped away, landing on a tree branch. He aimed at the tree line and fired over and over. I jumped from tree to tree, avoiding the ones where I held people hostages. I didn't want him to kill his own people after all. I grabbed wrench from my bag, aimed at shooter and threw it. He tried to block the flying tool with his bare hands but yelled in pain from the impact, dropping the gun. I jumped on him then, fist driven into his sternum. I got up and turned to his remaining underlings. One dropped his gun and ran away, the other was too shocked to do anything. I grabbed him and threw him at a tree, sticking him there my webs. I then took off chasing the man who got away. He almost made it to the exit, I could see his smile grow, but just then I launched a web line, grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him up into the air. I grabbed him by the collar and held him. He was looking afraid, so very afraid. Poked at me and asked, "What are you?" "I'm Spider-Man," I replied, and then knocked him out with a headbutt. I dropped him down and walked towards the park entrance where the two guards looked confused. They took one look at me and aimed their guns. "Who the fuck are you?" one asked. I stopped, and in an instant fired two web lines, grabbed their guns and pulled it out of their grips. They looked at their empty hands, but when they looked up they saw my legs coming for their heads as I did a full split, kicking them unconscious. I searched their pockets and found their wallets, and I took a little cash. Stealing isn't stealing if you steal from a thief after all. I then grabbed one of their phones and called 911. "Hello 911, what's your emergency?" "I'm at Highland Park, come fast, someone just fired a gun." I grabbed one of the thing's guns from before and fired it at the sky, "Come fast." "Stay calm sir, I'm sending a squad car as soon as I can, hide somewhere and dash." I ended the call and broke the phone in half. I turned around, the park was quiet, hopefully it'll stay this way. I went back in and made sure everyone I caught was still alive. Luckily, other than that one guy suffering from a concussion, they were all fine. I quickly walked out of the park and climbed onto the roof of nearby building. I watched as several police cruisers arrived and began walking into the park, guns drawn. I watched as ambulances were called and journalists arrived. I knew I would hear about the rest in the morning, so I went home. I snuck into the basement and changed clothes, hiding my uniform under the loose floorboard. I then snuck back outside and pretended I was just getting home. May and Ben were worried why I came home so late. I told them that the GST were tearing up the streets and it wasn't safe. I lied and told them Marcus offered to let stay in his place until it all blew over. May and Ben were now afraid, they were worried. I told them all was fine and that I was fine. They did let me go eventually, and just like that I found myself in my room looking up at the ceiling, a feeling of giddiness building up in my chest. It was amazing, the way I fought them, they couldn't even do a thing. It felt powerful, it felt amazing. I needed to do more, I needed to be out there. I waited until Ben and May were asleep before going to the basement and taking out my costume. I tried it on and looked at myself in the mirror. The red jacket honestly reminded me of The Last Stand Spider-Man, or an older version of Peter Parker. I'll admit the jacket was a bit bulky, but that was fine. I needed it, it was cold in the night and swing at high speeds chilled me to my bones. So yeah, I needed a jacket. God, I sound like my mother. Maybe I could put in plates of armor or something for protection, maybe a few hidden weapons like a shuriken or something. This jacket had a lot of potential. I would be lying if I didn't think it made me look badass. I snuck out of the house and climbed a tree. I was just about to swing away when I heard a car drive by. Curious, I searched for it, and wouldn't you know it, déjà vu. Harry pulled up to MJ crib and got out. I looked at the back seat and saw Flash and Liz there as well. I narrowed my eyes. What the hell is going on? I sighed. I'm not going to be Spider-Man tonight, am I? Chances are I'm going to have to keep an eye on these idiots, again. I snuck over to MJ's house. By now she had crawled down her window meeting up with the others. What are you doing here? MJ hissed. I told you, MJ, we're going to celebrate Flash passing his midterms. Liz cheered. I rolled my eyes. Oh yeah, Flash finally managed to pass an exam, guess that is something to celebrate. And? MJ asked, eyeing Harry. And it would be really cool if you came too, Harry spoke, rubbing his neck nervously. Look MJ, I know I've been acting like a jerk lately and I want to make it right. Please, I promise I won't do anything to upset you. MJ narrowed her eyes. And Peter? What about Parker? Flash grumbled. Will you stop bullying him? We didn't really bully him, more like played a few light-hearted pranks, Harry argued. MJ glared and he gulped. Yeah, we'll stop. MJ sighed. Fine. Where are we going? Wait, seriously? Just like that? He called you a whore and you forgive me just like that? What the actual fuck? Fucking teenagers, man, can't keep them straight. Yes. Liz cheered, we're going to the sweet spot. MJ raised an eyebrow, isn't that a bar? Yeah, Harry got us fake IDs, this is going to be so cool. Flash cheered. Not so loud. MJ hissed. Sorry, Flash gulped. The redhead sighed, fine, but I'm not drinking, got that? And neither are you, Harry, you're our ride. What? But he stopped at her glare, yeah, okay. I couldn't believe how stupid they were acting. Wasn't it a school night? I now had two choices, stop them, or follow them. Oh, what am I saying? Of course I'm going to follow them. I kept my distance, oftentimes waiting for Harry to catch up, he really was a slow driver. They parked a block away from the club and walked in. I spotted Harry handing the bouncer a 20 and slipping with the others. I sighed, stupid kids. I knew I should probably follow them, keep an eye on them. I didn't want Harry to take advantage of MJ, no, that's not true. I'll be honest, I didn't want Harry and MJ together, period. But this isn't my job. I heard a police siren, that was my job. I took another look at the club and sighed, guess I should just forget about the redhead. I turned and ran, running from rooftop to rooftop. I reached the police sirens, they were standing in front of a jewelry store. Guess someone robbed them. I couldn't really do much, so I decided to leave and return to the club. But just then I saw a shadow on the roof of the store running across buildings. I narrowed my eyes, gotcha. I swung across the street towards a building a block away. If I was right, the thief would be heading right towards me. I slipped into the shadows and waited. I saw movement, heard their feet landing on the ground, and I pounced. Hey! I yelled, startling them. I shoot a web line and grabbed the small bag clutched in their hand and pulled it free. I grabbed the jewels and looked it over, nice catch, man, though next time, maybe don't use something so cliché as a brown bag. The thief didn't respond, instead leaping at me, aiming a kick at my head. I ducked under it and moved back. They tried to grab the jewels but I pulled it away the last second. So instead they grabbed my hand, spun me over their shoulder and slammed me into the ground. The air was knocked out of me, guess I wasn't the greatest thing since sliced bread, huh? The thief straddled me, pinning me on the ground. I looked up at their face, getting an unobstructed view and gasped. She was most beautiful thing I have ever seen. She had green eyes, they were like emeralds. The moon looked down at me from behind her head, making her silver hair look like it was glowing. She wore a domino mask, and wore a simple tracksuit that hugged her curves with a tool belt around her waist. She looked young, around my age. I couldn't help it, I spoke before thinking, I think I'm in love with you. She paused, what? I blinked, I have no idea why I said that. She looked me over, who the hell are you supposed to be? I shrugged, I'm Spider-Man. Spider-Man? That's a stupid name. Oh, like you can do one better. I felt her hand reaching out towards the bag of jewels still in my hand. Trying to distract me, huh? Clever girl. I'm the Black Cat, she announced with a smirk. Am I supposed to know who you are? No, just like I don't know who you are. Why do you call yourself a cat? You don't even have the fake cute little ears on your head. Why are you a spider? I don't see you shooting web out of your ass. Not out of my ass, I showed a web line at her face covering her. I kicked her off and jumped backwards, landing in a crouch. What is this? Cat screamed as she ripped off my webbing. I made sure to keep the formula weak, don't want to damage that pretty face now, do I? Well, you see, when a boy reaches a certain age, certain white sticky stuff starts coming out. Ew. Cat spat before she lunged at me. I jumped back as once again we began to fight. I wasn't really taking it seriously, I wanted to see what she was capable of. She was skilled, that's for sure, probably knew judo based on how she slammed me onto the ground. Most probably a few more skills as well. Suddenly she drew a set of blows and threw it at me. I jumped to the side, but unfortunately it tied my hand and my neck together. Cat then swiped my legs, throwing me on my back, jumping on top of me once more. I broke out of the blows and grabbed her by the arms, rolling to the side and pinning her to the ground with me on top. I panted, "Damn Cat, we just meet and you're already tried to straddle me twice. At least buy a guy dinner first." "Sure Spider, just let me get my wallet," she kicked me off. I landed on my feet and shoot out 2 web lines. Cat jumped out the side and then glared at me as we stood at a standstill. "Next time Spider." I blinked as she turned around and ran away. I could have caught her, but I didn't. She would be far more interesting out of a jail cell than in one. I sighed, "So that was Feliciahardy, huh?" I chuckled, "She's cuter than I thought." I decided to return the jewels, but when I looked down I saw my hand empty. The bag was fucking gone. What? How did she? I thought back, it was when I pinned her down, she grabbed it then and ran. I should be pissed for being tricked, but I couldn't. She was good, I had to give her that. Deciding to just go back and keep an eye on MJ and her friends, I swung back to the club. And as I arrived, MJ and Harry came running out, her yelling at him about something and him yelling back. I saw Flash and Liz come out as well, looking worried. I sighed, guess this was a job for Peter Parker, not Spider-Man. I took off my jacket and pulled it inside out. Luckily for me, the inside looked good enough to pass for another model completely. I took off my mask and web shooters and stuffed them in my jacket pockets. Hopefully this would be enough. They were walking back to the car, well, MJ was, and the rest following behind her. I jumped down into an alley they passed by and listened to them. "Look MJ, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean dash." "What? What didn't you mean to do? Stick your hand up my skirt." I rolled my eyes, of course he did. I walked out and kept my distance. The 4 didn't even notice me. "MJ, I'm sorry, I thought you wanted me, wanted us." "Harry, I don't like you, you're my friend and that's all we'll ever be. I'm not something for you to use like everyone else." "I don't dash." "Guys, maybe we should just go home," Liz suggested. "This isn't really the best place for this." "She's right, you guys, come on, let's just go home," Flash agreed. "Is it Peter?" Harry asked, and everyone stopped. "Is it because of Parker? Do you like him?" MJ stopped. "No, it's not Peter. He's my friend, just like you, and I haven't been the best friend to him. I realize that now. But he's not the reason why I don't want to be with you, Harry." "Then why?" "Because you don't care who the hell I am." MJ roared. "You don't care about what I like, what I do, what I want to be. Every time I talk you just nod along, but you're never listening, are you? You never listened, Harry. You don't like me, you just like how I look." Harry was speechless. "That's not true." "Yes it is." "No it's not." Harry looked angry. "I care about you, MJ. I really do." "No you don't." "I do." Harry grabbed her arm and pulled her. "Please let me show you dash." "No, get off me." MJ tried to pull away but she couldn't. "MJ dash." "Harry, maybe you should dash." "Shut up, Flash." Harry yelled. "Please MJ, just give me a chance and I'll dash." "That's enough." I yelled out loud enough to make them all pause. They turned and looked, and finally they realized I was standing there. "Peter?" MJ asked with surprise. "Parker? What are you doing here?" Flash asked in equal shock. "Apparently I'm stopping Osborn from committing sexual assault," I shrugged, walking past Liz and Flash. I grabbed Harry's arm and pulled it off of MJ. I turned to her, "You okay?" "Why yeah," she nodded. "What are you doing here?" Liz asked in surprise. I looked her dead in the eyes and smiled. "I had a date." "A date?" MJ asked in surprise. "A date? You?" Flash blinked. I shrugged. "Yeah, she was really cute. Had this whole cat thing going on. But she bailed out on the check, so it wasn't that great a date." "Get lost, Parker," Harry called out. "Yeah, no, not going to do that." I turned to MJ, "You ready to go home?" She rubbed her hand. "Why yeah, please." "But out, Parker," Harry growled. "And what? Let you assault her?" "Yeah right, I thought you were better than that, Harry," I sneered. "Guess I was wrong." "Move, Parker, or I'll move you." Harry grabbed my jacket collar. "I would like to see you try," I glared back at him. "Harry, don't, it's not worth it, man," Flash spoke up. "Shut it, Flash." Harry yelled. He tried to pull me up by my jacket collar but couldn't. It was actually a very comical scene if I was being honest. I was holding back my laughter as best as I could. Did he really think he could beat me? "Harry, let him go," MJ cried. "No," Harry growled, "you have been a pain in my side, Parker. I don't even know how we were ever friends." "We weren't ever friends, Harry," I told him. "Being friends would mean you being my equal. The only thing you're better than me at is buying friends." Harry's eyes widened in surprise before narrowing in rage. "Harry, no!" MJ cried as Harry punched me across the face. I fell to the ground holding my eye in pain. I hate the fact that I couldn't dodge that. Flash was in a panic. He grabbed Harry and dragged him to the car. Osborn, looking horrified at me on the ground, he went quietly. Harry, Liz, and Flash drove away, leaving me and MJ alone. I sighed as I got up, MJ already at my side. "Oh my God, Peter, are you alright? I can't believe he did that." "Yeah, well, I wanted him to, so it wasn't all bad," I shrugged. I winced as MJ checked my bruised face. "Is it bad?" "It'll bruise," she sighed. "Why did you want him to hit you?" "Because Harry isn't a bad guy," I shrugged. MJ looked confused. "He's human. He has bad qualities, true, but he isn't like a supervillain or something. He's just difficult. I figured if he hit me he would leave out of shock." MJ blinked. "You know him well, huh?" "Well, he was my best friend," I shrugged. "Come on, it's a long way back home, we can catch a bus there." I pointed at a bus stop further away. We walked to the bus stand and sat, waiting for bus to come. MJ, however, didn't like the silence. "What happened?" she asked suddenly. I looked at her. "What do you mean? You and Harry? How did it go wrong?" I sighed. I recalled the memories Peter had growing up. It was honestly a sad story. I didn't really like thinking about it. I pretended it never happened, but I suppose it did. I'm a pretty smart guy, you know that, right? MJ chuckled. "Yeah, maybe." I smiled. "Anyway, so I got Midtown Junior High on a scholarship and Harry got in because of his dad's money. He wasn't the most confident guy back then, so we were both outcasts. We just kind of clicked, I supposed. We were friends for a long time and then, well, high school happened. People quickly realized Harry was a pushover and very open with cash. Freshman year they started to talk to him, asking him for money, and in return they hanged out with him. I didn't like that. I could see what was happening to him, but he didn't. I tried to warn him, but guess he never listened. So we just kind of drifted apart. Harry did eventually stop bleeding out cash to anyone who asked and grew a spine. I think his dad yelled at him or something. But by then he was already a really popular guy and I was still, well, I guess I was still me. He forgot me and I suppose now he hates me. The bus came and we got in. We sat near the back. There wasn't anyone else there. It was a quiet ride. MJ looked sad. Guess the story really drew parallels between Harry and her when it came to abandoning Peter Parker. I'm sorry, she suddenly said. I knew what she was sorry for, so I didn't bother asking what. It's fine. No, it's not. I didn't really realize I was abandoning you. I was just so happy making new friends that dash. I said it's fine, Mary Jane, I snapped. No, it's not, you hate me. What makes you think that? You don't even call me MJ, it's always just Mary Jane. She looked sad. Crap, I didn't think she noticed. I shrugged, it's fine. I work better alone anyway. I'm not used to working with other people. MJ didn't say a thing. We rode the bus in silence. We got home late that night. I was exhausted when I slept in my bed. My head filled with thought. I had just told the world that Spider-Man was real and in a big way. I had just met the black cat and I'm pretty sure she's new to the whole robbery thing, just like me. I also wondered about Harry. Should I be worried? No, I don't think I need to be. In the end, he's an asshole, but he's an asshole with a conscience. Chapter 5, A Fantastic Start. I should have been worried. I should have been so worried. I woke up the next day expecting everything to be the same. Well, not entirely. When I went down for breakfast I saw the front page of the Daily Bugle that Ben was reading. Mysterious criminal destroys block party was written in bold across the front page. And right below it was a sketched picture of what they thought I looked at. They got the eyes right, somewhat. But everything else looked like a demon from hell. My jacket looked like it made out of skips, and the last I checked I didn't have freaking claws, man. But I'll be honest, I was pretty damn happy with myself. People knew of me, but they didn't know me. The only thing they knew for sure was the symbol on jacket. People started calling me the Spider, pretty appropriate I would say. At school Harry walked in with his head hung low and walking behind him was his father, Norman Osborn. I was standing by my locker when I saw him spot me and smile. It was so fucking creepy. I knew how he looked. Peter had met him once before at Harry's home back when they were still friends. The man was huge and one can only guess that underneath his suit he was covered with muscles. I needed a plan to avoid him, or at the very least run away. But I couldn't, because he walking right up at me with Harry by his side. So I instead steeled my nerves and got ready for a confrontation. God help me. He smiled at me. Mr. Parker, he extended a hand to shake. Dr. Osborn, I replied shaking his hand, I'm surprised to see you here. The man raised an eyebrow at his title. Yes, well, I came for a more personal matter. May we speak somewhere more private? I looked at Harry. He had his head down in embarrassment. I didn't know what was going on, best not to tick him off. I nodded and followed Norman out of the school. We began to walk around the block with Harry trailing behind us a good 10 feet. I'll admit, Peter, you surprised me. How did you know I had obtained a doctorate? I was one of Harry's close friends a year back. I don't think you remember. I was curious so I looked you up. I was really impressed by your paper of mechanical muscle replacement surgery, really cutting edge stuff. He raised an eyebrow. You understood it? Using a semi-liquid metal to replace injured or dysfunctioning muscles. The process will involve injecting the affected part with nanobots which will rework the system on a cellular level. But unfortunately you could never get the AI to work, the nanobots weren't smart enough. Norman smiled. Very good, Peter. I'm impressed. Harry blinked. What? He asked in a defeated tone. Not now, Harry. He dismissed him with a frown before turning back to me and smiling. You are a bright young man, aren't you? I heard from Harry that you are at the top of your class. Is that true? I narrowed my eyes. He's not an idiot. He probably knew that. So why? Why butter me up? I'm already. Oh, so that's why. I chuckled. Tell me, Dr. Osborn, why are you here? Norman chuckled, straight to the point I see. Very well Peter, let's test that brain of yours. Why do you think I am here? You're afraid I'll sue Harry for assaulting me last night, I said bluntly. Harry winced but I ignored him. You are here to make sure I don't do that. Norman nodded, very good Peter. Harry doesn't give you enough credit. Thanks, I'll admit Dr. Osborn I was tempted, but it's not worth the hassle, I shrugged. Are you sure? From what I hear your aunt and uncle could use the money, he said in a provoking tone. He was trying to piss me off, I knew that and I wasn't going to let him. I shrugged, maybe, but they have morals. It wouldn't be right to do that. You would give up making your life easier, just because it wasn't right. Normal asked. How you do it matter just as much as what you do Dr. Osborn, I told him. Semantics Peter, if you can save the world and all the people in it, wouldn't you? Even if you had to do something wrong. I looked at the man, I could see the twisted sense of righteousness he carried on his shoulder. I can only imagine how much T.I. would grow once he became the Green Goblin. Dr. Osborn, we now are at a population of 7 billion. However, it is calculated that the Earth can only provide for 4 billion people. If I killed 3 billion people then I would be saving mankind's future. Does that seem like an acceptable method? Normal smiled, I'm beginning to like you more and more Peter. He took out a checkbook and wrote down something in it. He tore it out and passed it to me. There isn't much I care for in this world. My son however is one of them. He made a mistake, I hope you forgive his foolishness Peter and put this past us. I looked at the check. $20,000. I gulped, I could do so much with this money. Create an actual Spider-Man costume, get a better computer, so many things. But I couldn't, I won't be pitted, not by anyone and especially not by Norman Osborn. Thanks Dr. Osborn, but no thanks, I pushed the check to him. This can help your family a lot Peter, is your pride really worth their suffering? It's like you didn't even listen to me, I rolled my eyes, I told you, the methods matter as well as the result. Tell me, if the situations were reversed would you do it? Would you throw your pride and listen to some man who thinks you're worth a piece of paper and some ink? What about the Osborn pride? Would you do this? Norman looked stunned. He looked at me and then the check with an open mouth before he smiled. He threw his head back and laughed. I looked at Harry questioningly, he shrugged, guess he didn't know what was going on either. You are a remarkable young man Peter. Norman took the check and tore it into pieces. I'm sorry to have insulted you with this gesture. If you truly don't wish to make repression for Harry's actions then I will believe you. If you ever need anything from me Peter, just ask. Have a good day. He turned and walked away, glaring at Harry. We'll talk more at home. Why yes father, Harry nodded, refusing to meet the man's eyes. A limo down the street pulled up and Norman got it, driving away. I looked at Harry, your dad's kind of intense huh? You have no idea, he replied. Believe me Harry, I think I do. I went home that day exhausted. Colleen was really pushing me in the dojo. By now I was very efficient with the katana, I was fast and precise, and while I couldn't take on Colleen herself, I was quickly becoming one of the best in the dojo. As I sat in my basement lab though that night I was burdened by money. I just let $20,000 slip out of my hands. And because what? The guy who will one day become my arch enemy offered to pay me off. Actually no, that's a very good reason. But money still bugged me. May and Ben were barely making ends meet. Ben was working 2 shifts and me spending almost all my money on Spider-Man stuff didn't leave much for me to spend outside. I needed to make money, but how? My first thought was to make something freaking amazing and patent it. Peter was a genius, and I wasn't an idiot either, surely we could think of something right? But no, every idea I came up with was either too expensive to research, too complex to be marketable or too stupid. Don't even get me started on the business side of things. Patenting alone will cost $300 and I needed money now. There was no way I was ever going to resort to taking pictures of myself and selling them to JJ. Honestly, journalism was dying and secrecy has no place in the modern world. Everyone has a cell phone. If I was to venture out into the light with the suit on, I would be an internet meme in seconds. There were other jobs though, such as online marketing and white hat hacking, where one is hired by a company to try and hack into their servers. If you do and if you can help them patch their server up, they would be more than willing to pay you generously. Only problem, I wasn't sure Peter's skills were good enough. So I was basically fucked. I had no skills I could market and no way to make money. I was tempted to just steal the cash, just break into one of the many GST warehouses I knew for a fact had stores of cash and steal it all. But, once more, stupid Morales got in the way. I could make investments in companies I knew for a fact would be huge in the future, but once again, I need capital for that to happen. I sighed. I walked upstairs to ask Aunt May what I should do when I found her glued to the TV. "Aunt May, what's going on?" I asked. "It's terrible, Peter, some kind of fight broke out," she cried, pointing to the TV. I turned and gasped. It was a news coverage of a battle happening in the middle of Madison Avenue. I saw a man dressed in metallic armor with a green cape around his shoulders raising his hands into the air, throwing lightning out in arcs. Suddenly a fire bolt came flying down and crashed into the man. However, the armored man grabbed the fire bolt and threw him into a big giant orange rock thing. And wait, that's the thing. My eyes widened. "Aunt May, I have to go back to school, I forgot something. I'll be back in an hour or so," I yelled out as I ran to my basement, ignoring her cries for me to stop. I grabbed my costume and put it on. In a minute I was dressed in my costume, web shooters ready and fully loaded. I snuck out of my home and jumped from tree to tree, hiding in the shadows until I was far away to swing away. That was Doom, the man with the green cape. And Fireball wasn't a ball of fire, it was the Human Torch, Johnny Storm. The Fantastic Four got their powers a few weeks ago, guess Victor Von Doom did as well. And now they were tearing up the city. I needed to help them, to stop Doom. I swung out of Queen within 10 minutes, my heart was pounding, excited, and dreading the coming fight. I don't know why I'm doing this, the FF can handle Doom, right? They are the good guys, they don't need my help. Then, no, I have to do this. I need to get my name out there in the public eye. Spider-Man needs to step into the light and be seen as a good guy. The FF have been many things, but the one thing they are always known for is being a hero, and if I make my debut with them, there would be no question of what I wanted to do. I swung into New York for the first time. The tall buildings were perfect for my kind of fighting. I swung around to Madison Avenue just as a car came flying at me, triggering my spider senses. "Seriously," yelled out as I let go of the web line and landing on the hood of the car, flying backwards. I looked down and saw Doom right before me, and I got an idea. I launched 2 web lines onto the building on my sides, and slowly the car began to slow down. In moment, before it started to drop down, I pulled the strained web lines, launching myself and car like a railgun right at Doom. "Incoming!" I yelled. The Fantastic Four all turned and gasped at the car flying at Doom. Johnny flew out of the way as I came flying at Doom. I jumped off the car onto a building side as the car collided headfirst with Doom, exploding into a ball of fire. I sighed and slowly crawled down to road level and signed, "Damn, didn't think it would be that effective. Holy shit, man. That was fucking awesome." Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, called out as he landed next to me, switching off his flames, "Who are you, man?" "Yes, I think we would like to know as well," Red Richards, Mr. Fantastic, and Sue Storm, the Invisible Woman, walked up to me with curious faces. "Ah, I'm a friend." I shrugged. "We mean, do you have a name?" Ben Grimm, the Thing, asked. "Ah, well," I pointed at the giant spider on my jacket, I'm Spider-Man. Lame. Johnny snorted, who wants to be called a spider? Oh really? And what's your name, Flame Breath? I'm the Human Torch. Johnny grinned. Really? You do know you're basically calling yourself a walking flashlight, right? Susan snorted in laughter. Reed smiled as well. Ben, however, gave a full-blown laughter. Ha! He's got you there, punk. Crash. We turned to see the burnt wreckage of the car flying away to one side, and out of the fire came Doom. I gulped. I looked around. People were in the corners. They were afraid. I could see the cameras pointing at me. Guess it's official, I'm Spider-Man. We need to get him away from the people, I told them. He's causing too much damage. Anyone got a bright idea? Johnny asked as he flamed on and floated in the air. His powers are plasma-based, right? I guessed, looking at the lighting around his body. Yes, he also has a very advanced suit of armor in hand, probably one that rivals Stark's, Reed informed. The river, I told them, we can short-circuit him in the river. Right, Ben, do you think can drag him into the East River? Reed asked as he stretched his body and arms, closing them into fists. No problem, Stretch, Ben grinned, cracking his fingers. Sue, we'll provide backup. Johnny, can you keep him distracted with fireballs? You betcha. Johnny cried out, flying off. I didn't mean now. Reed growled before he turned to me. Spider-Man, think you can help out? I would be happy to, I nodded as I jumped up on a light pole and swung into action. Hey, do me. Ben roared as he charged him like a tank. It's clobbering time. He brought his fist down, over Doom. The man stood still and took the hit as the road below him cracked. I heard his scoff, pathetic as always, Ben grim. He then sent out a bolt of lightning that knocked Ben on his ass. Hey Victor! Johnny called out, eat this. Fireball after fireball came at the man. But Doom didn't even bother moving. He stayed where he was and let the fire bounce off his armor. He chuckled, Johnny, 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 always the weakest one. He snapped his fingers, sending out a bolt of electricity that hit Johnny in the stomach and sent him flying back. Johnny! I cried out as I swung towards him, grabbing him by the arm and landing on a nearby rooftop. Johnny had luckily flamed off by that point. I slapped him hard across the face. Wake up, man! Wake up! But it was no use. Johnny was out cold. Doom had overcharged his nervous system and knocked him out. I turned back to the battle and saw Sue stopping Doom's lighting by erecting a barrier around herself and Reed. But stray streams of power were getting dangerously close to the civilians. I needed help them, just one opening and they can take him out. I looked around the roof. I needed to insult him, but how can I? Paused, looking at the air vents. This building was huge. It gave off an obscene amount of heat through the vents. In order to keep the vents intact, it would have to be insulated to some degree. It wasn't perfect, but it was what I had on hand. I ran to the air vent and punched the bottom half, tearing it off at the bottom. I pulled it loose and carried it under my arm as I stepped onto the roof edge. I took a deep breath and sighed, here goes nothing. I jumped down and swung up high like a pendulum. I let go of the web at the cruxes of my swing, right over Doom's position. Yo Doom! I cried out as I began falling down right at him, holding the air vent before me. Bit me. What is dash? He looked up surprised as I slammed into him, pinning him down with the vent. I was thrown to the side from the impact. My bones hurt like hell. I think I broke everything. Through sheer will I got back on my feet and looked up at Doom getting up, the air vent now covering his body. What kind of stupidity is this? I asked as he began to flex his arms. I saw the vent being ripped apart at the seams, so quickly I set my web shooters to hard webbing and spun it around the event, keeping it intact. Doom tried his best but found he couldn't break the webbing. What madness is this? How does a web hold back Doom? You're about to find out, pal. I yelled as I jumped up as punched him across the face, only to hear something snap. Arg. I yelled, of course he's basically indestructible, he took a hit from the thing. What did I think was going to happen? Clever child, but none shall escape doom, he yelled as I saw plasma sparks run off his body, but suddenly they disappeared. He looked down at the vent and chuckled, of course, it's insulated. Which means I can do this. Reed yelled as he grabbed Doom with his giant hand and threw him into the air. I got him. Sue yelled out as she captured Doom in an invisible ball and flew him over to the East River. I blinked as I watched her go. Why was everything suddenly all red? Why, oh, I'm bleeding from my skull, what fun. I closed my eyes and fell back on the broken debris as I heard Ben's voice yell something out. The FF could do the rest, I need to sleep. Sometime later. I blinked awake and looked around. I was in a room with wires attached to me and a monitor attached to my chest. I moved around for a bit and felt pain shoot through my body. I looked down, I was wearing my pants, but my shirt and jacket were neatly folded and kept on the side. I reached up and touched my face, no mask, shit. I looked to the side out the window and saw I was on a really high up floor, maybe the 200th. So it wasn't a hospital, thank God for small miracles. If I was in a hospital I would be so fucked. Goodbye Spider-Man. Hello Shield Detention Facility. The sky was darkening, it was late, maybe 8 p.m? Was I asleep for an hour? I got off the bed and winced in pain at the feeling of my body move. I was bruised all over my body, but luckily it didn't feel like anything was broken. All I'm saying is we should at least hear the guy's story first before we throw him out on the curb. Johnny Storm entered the room followed by Reed and Sue. We aren't going to throw him out Johnny, it's just dash. Sue stopped as she turned to me and smiled, ah, you're awake then. I nodded, yeah, guess I am. Dude. I didn't think you would be awake so soon. Johnny cheered, but I don't think you should be walking just yet. No, it's fine, my body can heal itself pretty quickly, I told him as I removed all the wires attached to me, switching off the heart monitor. So, I'm assuming you already did a facial search. Reed nodded, we did. Hello Peter. I winced, damn it, there goes my secret identity. Hey, don't worry, we won't tell anyone, right guys? Johnny asked his sister and Reed. Of course, you helped us out with Doom, it wouldn't be fair if we didn't at least return the favor, Sue smiled. I still believed we should have called his aunt and uncle, they would be worried sick about him, Reed argued. Please don't, I told him, I can manage them, they don't need to know about this part of my life. I grabbed my shirt and put it on. As I did I noticed Susan Storm's eyes pinned to my ABS, I couldn't help but smile, guess I was hot huh? So wait, why did you just jump in like that? Johnny asked, I mean don't get me wrong, I appreciate it and all that, but why risk your life? I shrugged, people were getting hurt, I had to do something. I really doubt this is in Tony Stark's radar. He's probably off saving the Middle East or something. Plus I need the good press, but better keep that part to myself. So you just swing in? All the way from Queens? Reed asked surprised. My uncle has a saying, with great power comes great responsibility. I put on my jacket and zipped it up. Tucked into its pockets I found my web shooters, phone, and mask. I have the power to help people, to save lives. Why shouldn't I? Because Reed began only to stop, he thought for a moment before shrugging, I honestly can't think of an answer for that. Would you look at that, I managed to stump the great Reed Richards, I chuckled as I turned on my phone to find 2 missed calls from my uncle. I immediately called him and spoke, hey Uncle Ben. Peter? Oh thank God, where are you mister? Do you know how worried your aunt was? I sorry Uncle Ben, Marcus called me over, he wanted me to help him out with a chemistry test tomorrow and I'm sorry. It's fine Peter, though when you get back we need to have a serious talk about this new attitude of yours, Ben's voice was soft but I could hear the edge to it. I'm assuming you've already had dinner. I blinked, I looked at the clock on my phone and cursed, it was 9 already. I sighed, yeah, Marcus' mom made us some pasta. Tell Aunt May I'm sorry, I didn't mean to worry her. I spent a few more moments promising to be home early before hanging up. You're a very good liar, Reed narrowed his eyes. I nodded, not something I'm proud of. How long have you been Spider-Man? A month or so, I shrugged. Wait, seriously? Johnny asked blinking, but I've literally never heard of you until today. Did you hear about the Hulk in Harlem? I asked. Yeah, but what does that have to do with you? Johnny asked. You were there, Susan suddenly spoke out, you helped the Hulk take out Abomination. I saw you on TV, a red hoodie and blue pants, right? I nodded, yeah. I've also been working a lot behind the scenes as well. Nothing big, just busting a block party here, being a pain in general to the drug rings of New York. You know, the usual. Reed looked suspicious, Johnny looked impressed and Susan gave me a smile which made me wish I still had my adult male body. Stupid teenage hormones. Hey Peter, Johnny grinned as he swung his arm around me, you hungry? 'Cause I'm hungry. Reed's stomach growled just then, causing the man to chuckle. Yes, maybe it's best we eat something. I'm sure Ben has reached her by now anyway. Great. Let's go. Johnny led me out of the room and down a hallway. I found myself in a clean white hall. We walked past several rooms filled with tech. I could identify some of them on sight, and I swear the Peter Parker inside of me was screamed from a giant nerdy gasm. Damn, this place is amazing, I commented looking at the rooms, a quantum slicers, gene identifier, a cyclotron, and, why do you have a car battery? Oh, that's mine, Johnny shrugged, that's my lab. He pointed at the one with the battery. I noticed it also had a 3D printer and a couple of sketches drawn up and posted on the walls. It was the first battery I ever fixed, kind of like my inspiration. The Baxter building is our father's building, Sue explained. He believed gathering the brightest minds under one roof will lead to discoveries beyond our wildest dreams. Each scientist was given a workstation to use, and in return any invention they make is co-owned by them and the Baxter Foundation. I whistled, damn, that's pretty amazing. But I can't help but notice you guys are kind of running low on lab techs. Or did they go home after the lighting guy came knocking? I asked, not mentioning Doom's real name because for all intents and purposes the public didn't know who Doom was, hence neither did I. His name is Victor Von Doom, Reed explained, and he was, my friend. He used to work with us, in this place. Over the years the Baxter building has started to lose its members, Susan admitted. We have enough funding, but people these days are more interested in making money working for place in Oscorp or Stark Industries than work here. So why exactly is he pissed at you? I asked as the hall led out into a giant living space with a living room, kitchen, dining room, gaming area with beanbags and a library with shelves across the far wall. He's just pissed because Reed's better than him, I heard a rough voice call out from the couch. I saw Ben Grimm reading an extra-large newspaper on an industrial-sized metal chair. It didn't have any cushions, though I doubt he would need it. Peter, this is Ben Grimm, you don't have to be afraid, Reed told in a gentle calming voice. Yeah, I figured, I shrugged, since you know, he tried to save the city instead of electrocuting it. Ha, I like this kid, Ben chuckled as he folded the paper and got up. So, I hear you're some kind of superhero. I nodded, yeah, well, trying to be. I'd say you are, judging by the way the news is talking about you, Johnny called out as he turned on the TV displaying the news. It was about the attack, and more specifically, about me. Police have yet to identify the red jacket-wearing hero, though some claim it is the same one who helped stop the Hulk's rampage in Harlem a month ago. A crude picture of in my first costume showed up near the anchor's head. Many people have coined the name Spider-Man, alluding to the logo spray painted on his jacket. No one knows who he is or what he does. We went to the streets to find out people's opinions of New York's newest heroes. The news showed variety of people, interviewing them and asking them what they thought about me. I don't know, but I think he's here to help. He got knocked out pretty fast, so I'm kind of worried for him. I don't think the hero business is his thing, a black man commented. I think heroes are overrated, we don't need them here. Ever since they came here villains have followed, and I can promise you this boy will only lead to more problems, an old lady claimed. He's a hero, an older man wearing a camo jacket commented. I respect the fact that he just leap into action without a second thought. He's a bit reckless, but I think his heart's in the right place. He looks cool, a young boy admitted. People kept commenting. I honestly felt like blushing. They were praising me, calling me a hero for crying out loud. Some didn't approve, they called me an unwanted vigilante, but most didn't seem to care. Guess I was right about getting good press by being seen together with the FF. They're right, you are inexperienced, Reed groaned, you are reckless and you just jumped into the battle without thinking. He was just trying to help Reed, cut him some slack, Susan snapped. Immediately Reed backed down, sorry. Sue huffed, she turned to me and grinned, don't worry about it Peter, things like this take time. Heck, we aren't even superheroes but people are still calling us that. Johnny, what's that ridiculous name they have for us again? The Fantastic Four sis, and for the record, I don't think it's stupid, Johnny grinned, I kind of like it. Ha! Of course you do, Ben chuckled, hate to break it to you kid, but we ain't heroes. Actually Ben, you kind of are, I spoke up, this was all of your first appearance in the spotlight. From now on people are going to expect you to fight to save lives, you're just going to have to deal with it. Is that why you chose to remain behind the scenes for so long? Reed asked. Yup, I half lied, it's easier to work in the shadows than to be outed and have expectations dropped on you like that. Understandable, Susan replied looking nervous, well look at it this way, at least now the Baxter building is getting free advertisement. Maybe we can finally get some people in here and working. I smiled, yeah, I don't think you'll have a problem in that front anymore. Well, I suppose people might be calling us the Fantastic Five now, Reed chuckled, I don't really think they know we aren't together. Damn, maybe you should issue a press release or something, I chuckled. I looked at the TV screen and suddenly a question came up, why aren't they surrounding the building? Don't they know I'm in here? No, Reed replied, after you fainted Sue turns you invisible and brought you here. Don't worry Peter, you're perfectly safe here. I sighed in relief, thanks Sue, I owe you. Susan smiled, forget about it. Can we get something to eat? I'm hungry and it's been a long day, Ben grumbled. Yes, of course, Reed agreed as he walked to the kitchen. Well I guess that's my cue to leave, I spoke up. No wait, didn't you tell your uncle you already ate? Are you just going home without dinner? Susan asked. I blinked, you are scary observant. Yeah she is, Johnny grumbled, but seriously man, stay. I shrugged, well, okay, only if I'm not bother you or anything. Trust me kid, it's no bother at all. You're probably be the most normal person in the room, Ben grunted out. I chuckled nervously, don't beat on that Ben. So what happened to Doom anyway? Ben sighed, we managed to get him into the East River as planned and he electrocuted himself. He was unconscious, but instead of going to jail he was sent home. I blinked, what? Why? He's technically the Prince of Latveria, as such he has diplomatic immunity, Reed growled, he got off scot-free. Damn, I grumbled, that sucks. So what's for dinner? Johnny asked, rubbing his hands greedily. We have. Susan opened the fridge door and bent down to the bottom rack. I couldn't help it, my eyes were drawn to her ass as it stretched her blue uniform to its limits. Damn, I love spandex. Johnny slapped me up the head. Dude, eyes up front. I grumbled, yeah, fine. We got pizza. Sue cheered, holding up 5 boxes of frozen pizza. Johnny, will you do the honors? My pleasure, sis. Johnny took each pizza one by one out of the box and set it on fire. It hissed for a moment, burn out all the coldness before leaving behind a steaming, if slightly black, large meat lover's pizza. We grabbed plates and sat around the dining table. Ben sat down on his industrial chair, and we ate, and asked we did. I told them my life story. Well, some of it anyway. So wait, a spider bite gave you your powers? That stupid, man. Johnny cried out. It wasn't an ordinary spider, Johnny, I shrugged, it was genetically altered and radioactive. I was able to overwrite my genes and change me on a cellular level. How do you know that? Reed asked. Oh come on, Reed, you must have seen my report card when you did a search on me, right? What did it say? Above average student, exceptional in studies and subjects that interest you, Red narrated. So you're smart? Ben asked. I'm no Susan Storm or Reed Richards, but I can hold my own, I shrugged. So wait, the spider bite gave you advanced agility and the ability to shoot webs out of your hands? Susan asked. Oh no, not at all. Actually, the web thing was my own invention. I created a formula that solidifies when exposed to air, creating a web-like substance. And I used this, I lifted my sleeves displaying my web shooters, to launch the web lines. Amazing, you invented those? All by yourself? Reed asked. I shrugged, well, it was either this or a grapple hook. And believe me, I can't do half as amazing things with a grapple than I can with my webs. Damn, Peter, that's impressive, Johnny whistled. I mean, I'm kind of an inventor myself, so I can understand the difficulties in creating something so amazing. Good job, kid, good job. Hey, don't call me kid, we're the same age, Firebutt, I growled. And what do you mean you're an inventor? Susan scoffed, the only thing you invented is a hair gel to didn't burn when you went all flames. Hey. Don't diss my invention. Next thing you know, thousands of firemen all over the country will be lining up to buy my stuff. You'll see. Yeah, or we can use it to grease up engines. Hey. My beautiful hair gel is not a replacement for engine grease. Then why does it look the same? Why, you little. Johnny growled, punching Ben's arm only to cry out in pain, I hate you. I chuckled at their antics, guess I know why they were such a good team. They were more family than friends. Slowly they all calmed down. I helped clear up the plates, washing them in the sink with Sue. I kept trying to sneak in a quick peek at her amazing behind, but Johnny also caught me, stupid fire breather. When we were done, the FF and I were gathered around in the living room and Susan spoke, Peter, how would you like a job here with us? I blinked, super hot lady saw what now? Susan chuckled as Reed and Johnny glared at me, I'm serious, Peter. I saw your test scores, impressive. And from what you've told us about your invention, well, there is certainly promise, to say the least. I told you, the Baxter Building is a place for geniuses to learn and grow together. I think you'll do great here, don't you? I don't know if I can live up to your expectations, I gulped, replying honestly, like I'm already busy, I have school training and Spider-Man stuff I don't know how dash. You don't have office hours in a place like this, Peter, Reed spoke up, we make our own times. Sue and I practically live here, but Johnny roams around a lot. We only expect one thing out of you, improvements in science. You get final say on anything you invent, Sue continued, we'll decide together if we will release what we discovered or not. You'll have a lab and funding for your projects, along with some cash as a monthly salary. Heck, maybe you can even make some gizmos to help you out when you're out as Spider-Man. And if you're really desperate for an alibi while out fighting crime, you can always just tell your folks at home you were here working on a project, Ben suggested. Yeah. That's brilliant, rock brains. Johnny cheered, and we can like totally team up all the time. Fantastic Four and Spider-Man saves the day. I blinked as I looked at them all. Johnny was the one who looked most hopeful, Sue looked confident while Reed just smiled. I couldn't really tell with Ben's face, you know, because of all the rocks, but it looks like he was smirking. I would be honored to work with you guys, I said finally. Believe it or not, I really needed a job. Both for the cash and as an excuse to be Spider-Man. This would be perfect. Great. Welcome to the Baxter Foundation, Peter. Sue stood up, I did as well, and we shook hands. I'll get the paperwork started. Maybe it's time to go home, it's getting late and your aunt and uncle are bound to be worried. My eyes went wide, I looked at the clock, it was 10, oh shit. I jumped over the couch and put on my mask. It was amazing meeting you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I pushed open the balcony door and jumped out, swinging across the New York skyline. I like him, Susan smiled. Yeah, you do, Johnny teased, judging by the way his eyes were attached to your spandex covered behind. I would say he likes you a lot. Johnny. Susan yelled. I'm going to bed, night, Ben grumbled. Same, Reed got up and left. I'll see you all tomorrow. After Reed left, Johnny turned to Sue. Think he's jealous? Sue blinked. What? Who? Reed. Why would he be jealous? Johnny blinked. You know sis, for a pretty smart girl you sure are dumb. I got back home, changed into my normal clothes and meet my aunt and uncle. And surprise surprise, it was yell o'clock. They must have been on my case for over an hour. I swear I must have gone deaf for 5 minutes somewhere in between. So what do you have to say now, Peter's Aunt May asked as she finally winded up the lecture. I looked her straight in the eyes and without blinking replied, I got a job. They blinked, they looked at each other and then at me. What? Uncle Ben asked. Okay, I'll be honest, thing about Marcus? It was a lie. I really went to Madison Avenue to see the Fantastic Four fight Doom. Don't worry, I stayed as far away from the battle as was possible, I told them, sensing another round of yelling coming my way. I helped clean up after it was done. Johnny Storm saw me, we talked. Then his sister showed up and she invited me over. The reason I'm so late is because I spent the evening at the Baxter building trying to impress them enough to get a job. Ben was the first one to speak. That's amazing, Peter. I'm so proud of you. I grinned as he grabbed me into a tight hug. I winced from the pain but kept my mouth shut. Can't let them know I'm bruised like an apple. Peter, you didn't have to do this, May said. We have more than enough money, you should be more focused on living your life, not getting a job. That's just it, Aunt May, I am living my life. The job is going to be inventing for a living. I'll co-own all the patents I make, I'll have my own lab, and what's more, I'll be getting paid. It's perfect, Aunt May. She sighed, she looked like she was going to object once more but Ben stopped her. May, it's fine. The boy is old enough for a job, and it's lucky he found one that suits his talents. Peter, I'll be honest, lying to us wasn't right, it was elfish and disrespectful, but I understand why you did. You're a good kid, Peter, and I know you'll make us proud. I smiled, thanks Uncle Ben. I knew I wasn't done, there would be more yelling, more arguing. I'm sure one day they'll ask me to stop going just because it'll be too dangerous. But for now, right this moment, I was happy. Spider-Man was born, I had a job, a family, and a life. I was finally getting used to being called Peter Parker. Who knows, I just might end up being an amazing Spider-Man. Haha, puns. The next day at school I had a kick in my step. I couldn't help grinning like an idiot. I woke up early today morning and went full on Peter Genius mood. I had a portfolio with a list of ideas I could make with the FF's help. I really wanted to impress them. Though sadly school did come first. Damn Aunt May, I already had a job, why must I persist on this infernal hell? Okay, moving away from the melodramatic for a second, I'll admit, school was important, I can't just skip it. So now I find myself reluctantly sitting down for first period English. Harry kept looking at me from the corner of his eye, I didn't know why, hope Normal didn't ask him to spy on me or anything, that would be a pain in the ass. MJ and Liz were gossiping with the rest of the popular kids, same as usual, and Flash was napping off in one corner. Alright class, settle down, the English teacher walked in. Now before we begin I would like to introduce a new student joining us. I understand it's late and she will have a lot to catch up on, so I hope you'll all be supportive. You can come on in, Miss Hardy. My brain hit pause and then reset as all my scientific ideas went out the window. The door opened, a girl walked in with grace and poise. Her hair was silvery blonde, let loose as it framed her face and reached to her lower back. She wore blue jeans that were tightly framing her legs, a loose white shirt and a black leather jacket. She looked bored, like she would rather be anywhere else but here. She grumbled, "Yo." I blinked, I actually forgot about her.